technical officers for providing last Friday an opportunity to go through the changes. Minister Tanae Ferbert and Junior Minister Kim Swan were in attendance. Thank you to Ms. Marva O'Brien and Ms. Brett, who were able to take us through the process. Mr. Acting Speaker, as somebody who is well aware of the process for anti-doping because of my job within a national sport in Bermuda of swimming, I know that it is important for us to make sure that we are compliant with all the rules and regulations that are put in place for anti-doping. Mr. Acting Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to make sure that we thank the members of BASADA Bermuda Sports Anti-Doping, because the work that they have continued to do has made sure that Bermuda has been highlighted as a jurisdiction that is strong in support of the anti-doping movement. They have continued to do that throughout this process. It is because of them that we have a stellar reputation when it comes to how we deal with anti-doping. Mr. Acting Speaker, I will tell you from personal conversations with our athletes that in many cases, Bermuda's athletes are actually tested at a higher level than most of the athletes from other countries. And I'll explain that a little further. So a lot of our athletes will go to NCAA schools in the US. So they are competing with athletes that will be on the world stage, maybe at a top 10 level. And what happens is they know, because BASADA in Bermuda will send testing agents to do the anti-doping testing from that particular region. And the Bermuda athletes are tested more frequently than the athletes that are at that higher level. And that happens in a conversation all the time. But what that does, it highlights that Bermuda is going above and beyond to make sure that our athletes are deemed to be following the rules and not putting themselves in a situation where people can look at them and say that they haven't been following the anti-doping rules. But Mr. Acting Speaker, one of the things that happens is reputation of your athletes, reputation of your jurisdiction is extremely important. And what has happened over this last period of time, last couple of months, Bermuda has taken a slight jurisdictional hit, reputational hit. Our athletes have taken that, the administrators, even BASADA has taken that hit when it wasn't their responsibility. And that today, I think it's important that we do everything we can to clear up any of the misconceptions that would have made people think that a country that is punching well above their weight in sports was doing so by cheating. And the reason I put it that way, Mr. Acting Speaker, is that regardless of what people think, when you see a headline and the headline puts Bermuda in this specific category, and the category is attached to the likes of Russia and North Korea, a lot of times people don't go past the headline. They automatically are going to now connect Bermuda to that kind of bad acting. That's the shame of this particular situation. So, Mr. Acting Speaker, we are 100% supportive of this because we know what it means for our jurisdiction and what we have to do going forward. But what we have to do is make sure that we're asking some questions on this process that happened, because there were timelines that needed to be met. And if there were some things that we could have done better, we need to make sure that we do that in the future. So as a starting point, the junior minister mentioned that the information was provided in the later parts of 2022, which would have meant that that first process, they gave us a deadline. The deadline was 3 months. Obviously, there would have been a request from Bermuda to ask for an extension to that. There would have been a time that the extension was given. What was that extension? And then were we asking for a further extension because we were unable to make the obligations that were being put forward by World Anti-Doping? We were told during the briefing on Friday that one of the major stumbling blocks with the changes in the legislation was the independence part. Junior Minister will know that I brought this up in our debate on, not debate, but our conversation on Friday, because of what happened in Russia specifically, which is what has kind of brought forward a lot of the changes that have been put, particularly that you have to have independence from government kind of interference and being able to be in control of what happens from an anti-doping standpoint, is because you had state-run doping. So if you have an option that allows a government to decide who's getting tested, when they're getting tested, where the tests go, that is something that you have to get rid of. So my question is, when we were having ministers say we don't want to give up that independence, do they understand why that was being put in there? We couldn't be separate, we couldn't be different from other jurisdictions because the bad actors are there. And for that reason, we need to make sure that, was that the reason for the delay? Was us pushing back to try to make sure that we are having the independence within our document the reason that we ended up putting our reputation at risk, because now we didn't make the deadline? The reason I bring that specific point up is because this message would have gone out to the world. There were changes that would have need to happen worldwide to make sure that everybody is compliant. The list that was provided by WADA only had 4 countries on it. So we need to make sure that we're establishing how we, as a jurisdiction that has been following all the rules, our athletes, our anti-doping agency, did everything above and beyond to make sure that we would never end up in this situation. How did we end up there? I think it's important that we get to the details of how that happened, because as stated by the junior minister, the original document was in 2011. So there would have been multiple times that the changes would have been occurring as anti-doping violations happen, as WADA would have learned new details of how people are trying to get around the system. So the question is, why didn't we make changes to our legislation over that period of time? And is it because we had so many changes to make that it made it much harder because we had to completely change our legislation, where other countries potentially had been making the adjustments as they went along, which is why they were able to become compliant faster? So at some point, there would have been a request or a message from WADA saying, this is the situation. We need Bermuda to hit this deadline. The original deadline was 3 months. We've extended it. You're unable to make that deadline, and because of it, we have to put you on this specific list. And then they announced that we were on that list. That is the part that has hit Bermuda as a jurisdiction with a reputation. And I'm saying that because I know myself, I was contacted by people within swimming federations, but other coaches and administrators from other sports were contacted the same way. What happened to Bermuda? Why are you on this list? So now you're having to make that explanation, what happened? But that's for the ones that are giving us the benefit of the doubt because they know of our reputation. There are others that are going to say, well, Bermuda just got a gold medal at the Olympics. And we never want anybody to be calling anything that our athletes are doing into question. So for that reason, Mr. Acting Speaker, I think it's important that we get all of the details. I'm hoping that the junior minister is able to answer those steps that led to it. And if there were things that were being done that were creating a delay that put us in this situation, and if those were being done because ministers wanted to specifically hold on to the independence part, and I'm saying that because that's what we heard on Friday, it would be important for us to know that, because that put us here. And if we don't have a way to know, at the end of the day, everybody should have known that WADA wasn't going to bend. They couldn't, because Russia already showed them, if you give an inch, they'll take a mile. So Bermuda had to fall in line with the rest of the world to make sure that there is no doubt that you are doing everything you can to have clean sport. And for that reason, I think it's important for us to make sure that not only are we letting everybody in the population and throughout the international federations know that this wasn't BASADA. Once again, 100% support behind them and the work that they've done. This was potentially some administration error, some delays that were put in place that caused this to happen, and we need to have it cleared up so that going forward, no one's going to call our athletes into question, our administrators into question, and definitely not Bermuda Sport Anti-Doping. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Honorable Member Levita Fugo.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker. I listened very curiously to the member who just took his seat and some of the comments that he suggested. But what he did say, firstly, he thanked the technical officers for having invited him along with others to a meeting where he had opportunity to ask all of the questions for clarification if he is still uncertain as to why things transpired the way they did. What I heard the junior minister offer is that WADA gave them a list of criteria that had to be met, and that every effort was made to meet that criteria, except for the fact that Parliament was not meeting at a time, and so we could not get back here to pass any legislation that would have allowed us to meet a certain deadline. And instead, an extension was offered from WADA to ensure that we were able to get the requisite legislation put in place in order for us to be compliant. I thought I heard the junior minister make the statements when he gave his brief. And so I'm wondering why the honorable member who just took his seat is advancing comments in such a way to suggest that he was left out in left field without any questions when he had every opportunity to ask questions. Further, he also suggested,
Point of order.
in his comments,
Your point of order. Your point of order, Mr. Smith.
So I guess it's a point of clarification because
so I'm not accepting his point of clarification, Mr. Acting Speaker.
Take your seat. Take your seat. Mr. Smith, what's your problem?
It's a point of clarification.
Okay. Is it a point of order, point of
it's a
clarification?
point of clarification.
Okay. Do you accept?
Thank you, Mr. Acting
All right.
Speaker. I do not accept his point of clarification. Mr. Acting Speaker, the other thing, he suggested time length. I think what the honorable member is forgetting that in between us sitting now, there were other governments that sat too, that had opportunity to make changes if he's thinking that, from 2011 until 2023, that all of the information was provided for requisite changes to take place. I'm also offended that while we may have ended up on a list, I think it was self-explanatory. When I say self-explanatory, it was made clear why we were on that list. And I think it's going to stretch beyond when you try to assert that perhaps we were operating in a manner that was less than. All right. We operate in a space that's very dynamic when it comes to sports. There are all sorts of rules, there are all sorts of drugs, and there are changes to what drugs a person, if they're sick, can take, or as an athlete can and cannot take. We see that space change every so often. And so BASADA does a very good job in trying to ensure its athletes are always compliant. And as the member did bring up, they constantly test their athletes. I am grateful for the work that BASADA does. I'm grateful for the work that BASADA does, because without their work, we would not be able to enjoy international athletes coming to our shores, nor would we be able to go overseas and participate. They have always been a body that ensures that its athletes remain compliant and they do the work that they're supposed to do so that we as a jurisdiction can continue to enjoy persons who come from overseas to participate in events that we have here at an international level and likewise. And so I want to thank the SADA in particular and all the technical officers that were involved in ensuring that we are compliant. Because one thing he did say, and I agree with, as a small jurisdiction, we definitely punch above our weight in the world of sports. So thank you.
Thank you, member. Any further members? The chair recognizes the Honorable Minister Janae Furbert. Ms. Furbert, you have the floor.
Thank you, Acting Mr. Speaker. Mr. Acting Speaker, I just want to also share my support for the change in this legislation. I also want to thank the technical officers who did put in lots of time, Mr. Acting Speaker, in making sure that Bermuda became, or what we're doing to become compliant with WADA. We are a country that does not take for granted our athletes. We value them and we want to do what's right for our athletes. And so the technical team jumped in swiftly to make sure that we have this legislation here today. And for that, we have to give them kudos. Even for us as a government in recognizing the importance of this for our athletes. We did not waste any time, Acting Mr. Speaker, with making sure we have this legislation here today. And so again, I want to thank the technical team who was able to do this. Guess what? Guess what? Through a cyber attack that the government was experiencing. And so, you know, we have to give thanks for that. We have to give thanks to a government who cares about compliance, because we want more gold Olympian athletes. And we will have them, I'm sure.
Yes, we will.
We will have them. And so while the opposition wants to speak about speculation, while they want to speak about Bermuda taking a hit, we want you to know that this government, Mr. Speaker, Acting Speaker, we want you to know that this is a government of hope.
Amen.
It's a government of hope. And so we swiftly moved in to make sure that we would have this legislation in place for our athletes. And so this is what we have today. We don't want our, like other countries, to go down as us thinking that we're corrupt. You know, we hear that a lot, particularly with this government, right? So we're moving swiftly to the table to make sure that this legislation is covering our athletes. We know that within this legislation, there were changes as it related to operational activities, separating out the independents to make sure that there is no ministerial interference. And there was none. There was never any. Yes, we do know that happens in other jurisdictions. But we have come to the table to make sure that proper compliance is in order. And I want to make it clear that there is a difference in regards to Bermuda being on a non-compliance list versus being on a watch list. And the technical team made sure that happened, that Bermuda would be placed on a watch list so that we could be given time. So we did go and ask to make sure that we are put on a watch list so that we can come into compliance with WADA. Members have already spoken that this legislation is dated. We haven't had any amendments since it came into place in 2011. And we also heard on the floor today that WADA is constantly changing things as it relates to their standards and policies. We do know there was a government in place before us, as well who could have made changes to this legislation as well. But we're here today and we're doing the right thing for our athletes.
Mhm.
Also wanted to report that WADA did give its stamp of approval in regards to the changes for this legislation. Accepted all the changes because the key things here were in regards to the operational activities and the independence, separation of independence, particularly in this legislation. So we're here today, we're standing proud that we were able to turn this around in such a short period and giving hope to our athletes and to the people of Bermuda and even the children coming out who are looking out to be athletes. It's not a country of, where we're going to give our people doom and gloom. This is hope. And so again, just ending, Mr. Acting Speaker, that while there are delays, because in government, we experience delays all the time. We want things to happen really quickly, and our people want things to happen really quickly. But this has been within reasonable time, Mr. Speaker, and I believe this government has delivered. Thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker.
Thank you, Minister Tanae Furbert. Are there any others?
We sign a number of treaties and bilateral agreements. And international compliance is a problematic area for a jurisdiction on a good day. I can speak to our experiences under anti-money laundering regulations or equivalency, and it's the larger countries that have a great deal of difficulty because they have so many systems to move around. We're very lucky in Bermuda that we're a relatively small place, and so when it comes to adopting or adapting to changes in international norms, we typically have an advantage by way of our size. And so the question that I have to the junior minister and to this government is there anything that can be done differently to ensure that we are not listed in a similar situation? Again, there's multiple international obligations with which we're trying to comply, and we're just trying to make sure that we learn from anything that takes place, howsoever described. Obviously, we met to deal with classic cars before this, and the question relates not just to the scheduling of the parliamentary matters, but is there anything administratively different that we can do to make sure that we don't have a repeat of this circumstance? Thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker.
Thank you, Leader of the Opposition, Mr. Richardson. The chair recognizes the Deputy Premier, Walter Robon. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker. You know, I almost hesitate to stand only because the members on the side have followed the junior minister, MP Levita Fogel, Minister Furbert, and given formidable and credible response and support to this measure. And I only rise because of my concern about the implications that the opposition seem to be making around this. And despite almost speaking out of two sides of their mouth, Mr. Speaker, about giving credit to the response, but also raising questions about other parts of this, I would hope, Mr. Speaker, and I believe this House and this community would hope, that matters of sport can be non-political. So it's unfortunate, some of the responses I've heard from the opposition. It's very unfortunate. Because at the same time, we've heard the leader of the opposition talk about how being small should actually allow us to be nimble around the complexities of abiding by international regulation and international convention. He acknowledges that that's not actually possible even for the biggest countries that have more resources, more people than we do. And like in some cases, it's because we're small, it is more challenging because it requires us to take on. Once you sign into international conventions, which I believe that the honorable member who speaks as the interim leader of the opposition, understands is that it requires you to take on more capacity. So it's not always simple, because essentially international conventions are almost cookie cutter. They're not built for small countries. They're built for big players who have often all the bureaucracy to manage, not only signing, but it's almost like it's like in some cases things that we have to do in life, or as you would know, Mr. Speaker, buying a house. Sometimes the purchase of the house is the easiest thing to do. It's the maintenance and ongoing care and attention of the house.
True, yeah.
In the long term, that is the most biggest challenge that you have.
Mm.
And when it comes to international conventions, it's a similar approach. The signing, pretty, nice, fancy, big PR is great. It's the management of your maintaining your obligations around that, which is the biggest challenge. And I would argue, and anybody who sits in this house should actually accept, you're told by an international body upon whom you have no influence, little influence or little control, that in 3 months you got to get something done in a legislative process that has international implications. That is, by even the most efficient country, borders on the impossible. So the fact that we find ourselves on a watch list that we as a country immediately moved our apparatus to respond to is a credit. And I would have hoped that most of the opposition submissions would have written on being happy for Bermuda because of the efforts that were made, the Herculean efforts to make sure that we did what we had to do. And yes, there was a period of time where we were confronted with being on this list. But it's the response to that people should take heart in. It is not the first time that Bermuda's been found themselves at the mercy of a supranational body, but being like put on a list because they changed their requirements almost in the darkness of the night. This happens in so many other areas that we have to deal with because we have chosen to be a jurisdiction that not only operates within our own 22 square miles, but actually wants to operate in the international environment. This is what you have to confront. This is the normal reality of wanting to go somewhere else and participate in wider activities. Because there's now more compliance required, there are more rules. And there is essentially a cookie cutter approach. People don't care whether you're 22 square miles or you're 200,000 square miles in size. You got to follow the rules no matter what. And what's wonderful about Bermuda in so many areas, Mr. Speaker, we have delivered. That's why we're a reasonably successful jurisdiction. And I will contend the fact that we have 2 Olympians as part of our historical repertoire shows that in sport, we have been doing the right things. And even the fact that how water treated us shows that they accept that Bermuda is an honest player in this space. If we were a nefarious, repeated offender, they would have hammered us in a way that we would have been in real trouble like some other larger countries. But no, they said, you're on a watch list. You need to do A, B, and C to get where you have to get. And here's your deadline. And we responded to that. And now we're in the normal space. But people should still not appreciate. I know there's talk about, well, to make sure this doesn't happen again. It might happen again. Because this happens in so many other spaces that we exist. Because we are desirous of being involved in the international sphere. So I would hope that not only the opposition, but others in the community have some patience and give support when these things come. And not be so disparaging and so critique, because any government could find themselves in this space. But I would hope in the future, and I myself give credit to the technical officers, to the AG's chambers, and to the minister, who I know, as soon as this happened, was on his feet to deal with it. And it's a credit to the minister who sits in another place that this has been dealt with. So I would hope that the opposition in its utterances going forward has a Bermuda first approach with this. Because this is about Bermuda, having an environment where our athletes can not only thrive here, but also participate and develop abroad And I can also add, perhaps on another note, I know that the minister took advice from a number of our Caribbean friends as well to assist and advise on how we deal with water. Since there's such a lot of talk about our relationship with the Caribbean, this is an area within the CARICOM sphere that I know that the minister took great care and advice and attention from his other sports minister colleagues in the region to assist and give advice on how we deal with it, because they have had more like occurrences and engagement, because some of them have a lot wider participation in international sport than we do with water, and gave sound advice to the minister so that he could be guided properly. So it's amazing how international partnerships and friendships can be of aid when we confront certain challenges. But be that as it may, Mr. Acting Speaker,
Thanks, cousin.
I wish to thank the minister and his technical team for making sure that Bermuda is in the right place. And every resident, every member of this house should be giving the same credit to those who have to, after we leave here and run our mouths and go through this bill and send it to this, have to do the real work. This is not the real work here. To make sure Bermuda stays in the right space, we must support them and give credit to them in their ongoing works that they'll have to deal with to make sure Bermuda remains a good sporting international participant. Thank you very much,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Acting Speaker.
Thank you, Deputy Leader, Deputy Premier Raban. Any further speakers? The chair recognizes the honorable member Christopher Famous.
Mr.
Famous?
Speaker,
Yes.
good afternoon. There's not much I can say that hasn't been said already, but
Okay.
I would like to use the word in this instance, humility. Mr. Speaker, when this news broke, excuse me, hello.
Speak to the chair, cousin.
When this news broke, I wasn't fully aware of what's what. So I sent a text to the minister, and within a short time, he responded. He says, listen, I'm on it. My team is on it. Let me reiterate. My team and I are on it. When I had a chance to actually see him in person, he explained not what happened, but what needs to happen. He asked for some context to put things in perspective. But through it all, even when the media was hounding him, even when accusations were flying, the minister remained humble and allowed his team, because we can't do ministerial interference. He allowed his team, headed by a certain director, NPS, to do what they do best. So I use that as an example for other ministers or those who would like to be ministers. Things will always go wrong. Murphy's Law will always happen. Yes. But humility is what makes things happen. We don't come up with excuses, we have to come up with results. So I just want to thank the minister and his team for taking it on the chin and getting it sorted out, because he was adamant that the Bermuda flag will be flying at the next event, and it did. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you. Any further speakers? There appear to be none. Junior Minister Swan, Tim Swan.
Yes, Mr. Acting Speaker, I want to thank members for a robust discussion of a subject, discipline near and dear to my heart. I declare my interest in, I'm a practitioner of sport who would fall under these regulations in my discipline if I were practicing in it as robust as some of the young folks out there, even such as the junior, the shadow minister, who would also know that in sport, when it comes to sports psychology, the mind doesn't understand don't. So you don't tell yourself don't do something. I'm just going to say this, is that Bermuda is a rule maker and Bermuda is a rule follower. And that goes from the area that the opposition leader speaks from, his trade, and it goes to my trade and those who ply sport in different disciplines. We are rule followers in Bermuda, and we are rule makers when it comes to sport administration. That is a reputation that we hold true to, and that is a reputation I could put hand over heart and know Bermuda represents. But I've been around politics long enough to know that any opportunity to tickle up a government, one would take. I'll answer some of the questions that were put regards to timelines. The major issue was the timing of the request. WADA wanted a draft within 3 months, and that could not happen, especially when there were wholesale changes required to the legislation. The biggest issue was the timing, not the fight for independence. More importantly, we did not want to be in the space ever again. And we never want to have to worry about those type of changes. So these are my words now, measure twice and cut once in this regard. The opposition leader posed a question, is there anything we can do differently? The way the new legislation has been drafted, we will be able to meet any changes from the WADA code going forward. And we will still ensure that we will conduct ongoing reviews of our legislation when changes are made. And if I can say, if Mr. Acting Speaker, Mr. Speaker, if you have to say, listen, you've only got a minute and a half to prepare your brief that was provided, I would have only had to read 4 paragraphs, and I'll read them. The bill repeals and replaces the Anti-Doping in Sport Act. The reason for the repeal and replacement is due to the considerable number of amendments required to update 2011 Act and bring it into compliance with the World Doping Code. That was in the first 4 paragraphs that I read. And then the last 2 paragraphs that I read, Mr. Speaker, with the continued collaboration between the ministry and the WADA CRC, the WADA Compliance Review Committee revised its recommendations that Bermuda be placed on the watch list and be afforded 4 months to implement the WADA code into its legislation. Mr. Speaker, it's important to note that WADA has reviewed the several drafts of the bill to ensure compliance. WADA has confirmed that this bill is in compliance with the code. Bermuda, we are rule makers and rule followers. End of story. Thank you. I move that we go into committee, with your permission.
Ms. Fago?
Thank you, members. We are in committee of the whole on the bill Anti-Doping in Sport Bill 2023. Minister,
Junior Minister,
Junior Minister.
thank you. I'd like to move that this bill be committed and that,
We are in committee, Minister.
thank you. The bill seeks to repeal and replace the Anti-Doping in Sport Act. And I'd like to move clauses 1 to 7, with your permission.
It has been moved that we review clauses 1 through 7. Is that agreed? Agreed. Continue, Junior Minister.
Thank you. Clause 1 provides for the title of the bill, and Clause 2 provides for a list of persons and entities to whom this bill applies. Clause 3 provides for the interpretation of terms used in the bill, and this clause also states that the BASADA rules are published on the website of the Bermuda Sport Anti-Doping Authority, and the Code of International Standards are published on the website of the World Anti-Doping Agency. Clause 4 establishes the Bermuda Anti-Sport Doping Authority, also known as BASADA, and sets out that it is the authority's responsibility for the adoption and implementation of code-compliant anti-doping programs and as jurisdictions over all athletes, athlete support personnel, and national sport governing bodies. This clause also specifies that the BASADA shall perform such functions that are necessary to facilitate the control and prevention of doping in sport, which include providing quarterly reports to government on the operation of BASADA. Clause 5 establishes the board that manages BASADA. The board shall consist of at least 7 and not more than 13 members appointed by the minister from the following categories: sports medicine and pharmacology, doping or substance abuse prevention, marketing or public relations, financial accounting, human resources or management, and legal, regulatory, or compliance background related to sports, athletics, or doping in sports. Persons who are barristers, former athletes, former coaches, former sports administrators, or former national sports governing bodies executives are also eligible members. Members of the board shall choose as a chairman and a vice chairman. This clause also sets out that persons who are involved in the management and operation of a sports organization in Bermuda or the ministry responsible for sport or a public officer are ineligible to serve as a board member. Clause 6 provides for the board to appoint a secretary who will have the seal of BASADA. Clause 7 provides for the functions and powers of the board, which are to monitor the administrative operations of BASADA and to assist in ensuring that BASADA receives and manages funds in a prudent manner.
Thank you, Junior Minister. Are there any other members who wish to speak to clauses 1 through 7? There are no other members who wish to speak to clauses 1 through 7. Junior Minister, you may continue.
Thank you. I move that clauses 1 through 7 be approved.
Okay, we can do that. It has been moved that clauses 1 through 7 be approved. Are there any objections? There being none, continue.
Thank you. I'd like to move clauses 8 to 14, Madam Chair.
It has been moved that we review clauses 8 to 14. Are there any objections? There being none, continue.
Thank you. Clause 8 provides for acting appointments of members of the board for members who are absent. Clause 9 provides for the address of BASADA to be published in the official gazette and for the board to meet as often as the chairman deems necessary, or at least once a quarter. Clause 6 provides for the appointment of a chief executive.
Clause 10, thank you.
Clause 10 provides for the, thank you. Clause 10 provides for the appointment of a chief executive officer of the BASADA and that the board shall advise the minister of the appointment. This clause also specifies that the CEO must not be involved in the operation or management of any sports organizations or be a public officer or connected with the Ministry of Sport. This requirement illustrates BASADA's operational independence from government. Clause 11 provides that BASADA shall employ such members of staff as are required for the performance of its functions. This clause also specifies that staff must not be involved in the operational or management of any sports organizations or be a public officer connected with the Ministry of Sports. Again, this requirement illustrates BASADA's operational independence from government. Clause 12 requires that Basada keep proper accounts and that those accounts be audited from time to time by the Auditor General or a qualified auditor appointed by the Auditor General. Clause 13 requires Basada to submit an annual report and audited accounts to the minister within 3 months after the end of each financial year. And clause 14 requires every person employed by Basada or having an official duty to keep information related to the functions of Basada or the board confidential. This clause allows for a fine not exceeding $10,000 or imprisonment for a period not exceeding 6 months for persons who contravene this provision.
Thank you, Junior Minister. Are there any other members who wish to speak to clauses 8 to 14? There being none, Junior Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move that clauses 8 to 14 be approved.
It has been moved that clauses 8 to 14 be approved. Are there any objections? There being none, continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, with your leave, I'd like to now move clauses 15 to 21.
It has been moved that we review clauses 15 to 21. Are there any objections? There being none, continue, Junior Minister.
Thank you. Clause 15 provides that a member of the board or the staff of Basada shall not be personally liable for any act or default of Basada done or omitted to be done in good faith in the course of its operation. Clause 16 establishes the Bermuda Anti-Doping Disciplinary Panel. Clause 17 provides for the composition and appointment of the Bermuda Anti-Doping Disciplinary Panel. The panel will comprise of a pool of 9 people appointed by the minister, of whom 3 are legal practitioners, 1 who will be chairman, and the other 2 shall each be vice chairman. There will also be 3 medical practitioners and 3 persons who have been either been a sports administrator or an athlete. Clause 18 provides for the function of the Bermuda Anti-Doping Disciplinary Panel, which can be found in the Basada rules and the international standards for rules for results management. Clause 19 provides for persons that are aggrieved by a decision of the Bermuda Anti-Disciplinary Panel to appeal the decision in accordance with the appeals procedure regulated in the Basada rules and the Water Code. Clause 20 establishes the Bermuda Anti-Doping Appeal Panel. And Clause 21 provides for the composition and appointment of the Bermuda Anti-Doping Appeal Panel. The panel will comprise of 9 persons appointed by the minister, of whom 3 are legal practitioners, 1 who will be chairman, and the other 2 shall be vice chairman. And there will also be 3 medical practitioners, 3 persons who have been either a sports administrator or an athlete.
Thank you, Junior Minister. Are there any other members who wish to speak to clauses 15 through to 21? There are none. Junior Minister.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that clauses 15 to 21 be approved.
It has been moved that clauses 15 to 21 be approved. Any objections? There being none, continue. Approved.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like your permission to move clauses 22 to 29.
It has been moved that we review clauses 22 through to 29. Any objections? There being none, continue, Junior Minister.
Thank you. Clause 22 provides for the functions of the appeal panel, which are found in the Basada rules and the Water Code. Clause 23 provides for particular cases in which appeals can be made to the Court of Arbitration for Sport. Clause 24 provides the minister with a regulation-making power. Regulations made under this section are subject to the negative resolution procedure. Clause 25 provides that the bill will bind the Crown. Clause 26 provides for a consequential amendment to the Government Authorities Fees Act 1971. And Clause 27 repeals the Anti-Doping in Sport Act of 2011. And Clause 28 provides for the continuation of the BASADA Board appointed under the repealed act to continue in office until the term under the repealed act expires. And Clause 29 provides for the commencement.
Thank you. Are there any other members who wish to speak to clauses 22 through to 29? There being none? Junior Minister.
Thank you. I move that clauses 22 to 29 be approved, Madam Chair.
It has been moved that clauses 22 through to 29 be approved. Are there any objections? There being none? Continue, Minister.
I move that the preamble be approved.
It has been moved that the preamble be approved. Any objections? Approved.
Madam Chair, I move that the bill be reported to the House as printed.
It has been moved that the bill be reported to the House as printed. Any objections? There being none? Approved. Thank you, Junior Minister. We call on the Speaker to resume in the House.
Thank you. Any objections to the bill being reported to the House and approved? No objections? The next order of business is from Colonel Birch. See you later, cousin. Colonel Birch, you're up. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, sir. It's wonderful.
I move the House do now take under consideration the following motion, notice of which was given on the 10th of November 2023. Be it resolved that this Honorable House, in accordance with Section 2(1)(a) of the Acquisition of Land Act 1970, authorize the purchase of all that southernmost strip of land to be subdivided from land situated at 18 Secretary Lane, St. George's GEO 5 in the islands of Bermuda, as outlined in the agreement for sale made between Gardine Izetta Givens and the government of Bermuda.
Continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I gave an undertaking in this House that a PLP government would never take any Bermudians' land. So I'm delighted today to be here to honor that commitment.
Yes.
I also note, Mr. Speaker, that given the scope of this matter, my brief will be longer than normal land transaction briefs, so that the full story can be told. In accordance with Section 2(1)(a) of the Acquisition of Land Act 1970, I introduced the agreement for sale between the Bermuda government and Mrs. Gardine Izetta Givens to purchase all that southernmost strip of land to be subdivided from land situated at 18 Secretary Lane, St. George's, GEO 5 in the island of Bermuda, as denoted in the said agreement. Mr. Speaker, in 2020, members on both sides of the House may recall welcoming the St. George's Club Act, which leased the then closed resort to Hotelco, the owners of the St. Regis Hotel located in the east end of the island. This agreement leased the property to the company for a term of up to 262 years. I reminisce on some of the comments during that day, all of which can be easily found in the Hansard. Members stating, "This is an exciting day for Bermuda as a whole." Others emphasizing that they are very grateful to the minister for what he has done to ensure that he's brought us to this day with St. George's Club now still up and operating, and people are happy that St. George's is going to become the vibrant town that it once was. And confidence will bring investment, and so if entrepreneurs, business owners see things happening in St. George's, then they'll probably be looking to come down and get themselves a piece of that pie, amongst other comments. Mr. Speaker, the bill at the time, which detailed the appropriate maps, unanimously passed this Honorable House, which aligned with this government's overall vision to rejuvenate the old town. This was a day of much celebration and support. However, Mr. Speaker, during this momentous occasion, there was an oversight, namely a property owned by local area residents, the late Mr. Shirley and Mrs. Gardine Gibbons, the Gibbons family. Mr. Speaker, the Gibbons family property is situated between the properties of the former Club Med Hotel and the former St. George's Club, which both ceased operations in 1988 and 2020 respectively, and now occupied by the St. Regis Hotel and the aforementioned reopened St. George's Club, both owned by Hotelco. When both close entities were conducting business prior to Hotelco's ownership, the three parties, that is the Gibbons family, Club Med, and St. George's Club, appeared to have operated harmoniously through what can be regarded as a gentleman's agreement, which allowed golfers and staff of the St. George's Club to traverse the Gibbons family property to access the golf course, which was shared by both entities. Mr. Speaker, this gentleman's agreement with the Gibbons family was also utilized by the then United Bermuda Party-led government in the 1980s to allow the placement of water and wastewater infrastructure under the Gibbons land for not only the hotels, but the greater area residents as well. This agreement saw the government gain access rights to the property for infrastructure maintenance, while the Gibbons family would receive free potable water supplies in return. Mr. Speaker, this gentleman's agreement has been honored up to and after 2015, when the then One Bermuda Alliance government entered into a master development agreement which allowed for the enactment of the St. George's Resort Act 2015 with Hotelco for the purpose of establishing a new hotel, the St. Regis Resort. However, as no formal documentation for this gentleman's agreement was ever produced, the use of the Gibbons family property could not be legally included in the hotel lease, as the government did not own this property, and therefore it was not taken into consideration by the legal terms of the government and Hotelco for the MDA. Mr. Speaker, it should be noted that in the 2015 MDA, there were no property issues identified in relation to the use of the Gibbons property, as the St. George's Club was still in operation. At this time, the Gibbons family had full access to their property through Secretary Lane, a public road nearby, and continued to receive free potable water from the government. Now back to 2020, when this government enacted the fully supported St. George's Club Act, which allowed the leasing of the property to Hotelco for the term of 262 years. Again, there were no property issues identified by either legal team, and the Gibbons family had full access to their property through Secretary Lane and continued to receive free potable water from the government. Mr. Speaker, members of this Honorable House may remember that concerns by the Gibbons family arose last year when a planning application was sought by Hotelco and approved by the Development Applications Board to place fencing on Sumner Lane in St. George's, areas leased to the company to limit public vehicular access to the golf course to safely protect those utilizing the golfing area. The reason for this is that there were reports of vehicles owned by area residents that would traverse the golf cart path and almost collide with patrons. Mr. Speaker, it was then purported by the Gibbons family that the government and Hotelco were wrongfully impeding access rights to the family estate through Sumner Lane and publicly requested to remove the fencing. Mr. Speaker, during discourse to settle this immediate matter, the government confirmed to the best of its knowledge that the Gibbons family had no right to access Sumner Lane, which was leased to Hotelco. However, the Gibbons family in fact do own a strip of land to which the before-mentioned golf cart route and water infrastructure lie. That again, access rights were not formally documented over 40 years ago. Mr. Speaker, to address the portion of land where the infrastructure is situated and used as a golf cart path, the government has been in negotiations with the Gibbons family to formalize an agreement to purchase it. At present, the government has come to an agreement in principle to acquire the land from the Gibbons family as denoted at the cost of $450,000, with an additional payment of $50,000 towards the legal services retained by the Gibbons family, totaling a sum of $500,000. Mr. Speaker, the appraised value of this portion of property is $30,000. This amount has been calculated through surveying and current land valuation of property of this size in Bermuda. Mr. Speaker, while this purchase price of $450,000, 15 times greater than the appraised value, may seem astronomical to some, it is not for this government. Let's call it what it is, fair value. Let me explain. 1, it was the former Club Med and former St. George's Club who decided to place a golf cart path on the Gibbons property over 60 years ago to create and improve the golf course. 2, it was the UBP government that in the 1980s who decided to place water and wastewater infrastructure across the Gibbons property for the hotels and residents. These works were done without, and I reiterate, without proper documentation. The powers that be at the time, for some reason, elected to not formalize these arrangements. Indeed, the Gibbons family agreed to receive free potable water from the government, but what was that value in comparison to what the actual piece of property was worth to the government of the day, or the former Club Med and the former St. George's Club resorts? Mr. Speaker, historically, this we cannot determine. However, we can say that this portion of property is worth far more than the minute amount of potable water used every year by the family. Mr. Speaker, one may argue that this still does not justify the price that the government is purchasing this small piece of property for. Mr. Speaker, let me enlighten further those that may hold this concern. Could the government utilize Section 4 of the Acquisition of Land Act 1970 to compulsorily purchase the portion land in question? Yes, we could. We could have, Mr. Speaker, but this government made a conscious decision to reaching a negotiated settlement rather than compulsory purchase. Could the existing government water infrastructure and golf cart path be removed and rerouted around the Gibbons property? Mr. Speaker, before the negotiation process and this agreement being discussed today, the government undertook the feasibility of this option. To accomplish this, it will cost approximately $800,000 worth of funding immediately. This amount details: 1, $500,000 would be needed to reroute the existing water and wastewater infrastructure. $200,000 would be needed to reroute the current golf course path. And 3, $100,000 in legal fees. Mr. Speaker, this is just in the immediate to move the infrastructure. This new water and wastewater system would need to be maintained. The new water piping infrastructure would have a useful life of 100 years, and the additional pumps required to support the expanded infrastructure would last 20 years each. If the ministry were to take into consideration the length of the current St. George's Club lease with Hotelco, which has 260 years remaining, this new expanded infrastructure would see the government replace the water piping infrastructure twice again another $500,000 each time, and the water pumps 13 times. At present, each pump costs approximately $150,000. This would give an estimated total of $2.95 million, being the true cost of rerouting the water infrastructure around the Gibbons property for the lifespan of the current lease with Hotelco. This amount detailed is based on current prices and does not take into consideration future inflationary or market rates, so the total may be even more. Mr. Speaker, secondary to this question on could the government water infrastructure and golf cart path be rerouted around the Gibbons property, if the golf cart path were to be rerouted around the Gibbons property, Gibbons estate, it would produce a substandard golfing area, which would not only negatively affect the reputation of the St. Regis Resort, but it could cause damage to the island's tourism product as a whole. The value of this is incalculable. On this basis, this option was deemed impractical. Another option for consideration was if the government could lease the area from the Gibbons family, then sublease to Hotelco. Mr. Speaker, individuals may recall the numerous public statements made by the Gibbons family on the matter of selling their land, that they would never sell it. Thus, the government always held the view of leasing this portion of the property. A quick estimate of over the 260-year period remaining of the lease at $500 a month would amount to $1.56 million. Therefore, when starting negotiations to possibly lease the land in question, the value of $800,000 was used as a budgetary ceiling. As a reminder, this price was calculated as an estimate to reroute the current infrastructure. Over the course of several months, Mr. Speaker, the government negotiated with the Gibbons family legal team for the purpose of agreeing a lease term that would span over 262 years, the same length as the one afforded to Hotelco for the St. George's Club property. Mr. Speaker, subsequently, the government received notification from the family's representative that they would consider selling the portion of land to the government, at which time the negotiations pivoted from a lease arrangement to a sale one. An assessment was then made by the government of all the options, and considering the circumstances, we have accepted this offer in principle, subject, of course, to legislative approval. Mr. Speaker, a plethora of intricate thought, cost analysis, and consideration were taken to draft this agreement laid before this honorable House today. It took some time to get here, almost 2 years to be exact, and indeed there were ups and downs during this process. But we are here now considering an agreement that is mutually beneficial to all relevant parties. This corrects issues that should have been addressed long ago. If authorized by this honorable House today, the government will outright own the portion of land in question, and this will provide the ability for the government to then lease it to Hotelco. Mr. Speaker, this purchase will end a level of uncertainty for government infrastructure that supports the town of St. George's, as well as for Hotelco to manage a resort without the fear of interruption and a fair settlement to the Gibbons family to bring this matter to a satisfactory conclusion. Mr. Speaker, as was stated during these negotiations, this matter is like the discussions held during the building of the Panama and Suez Canals. Because it cuts the travel time by weeks, it's worth way more in value to the shipping companies, and they will pay a premium to use it. We are applying the same principle here today. Simply put, this very small piece of land holds greater value than a straightforward valuation on size would provide. The government has a waste treatment plant adjacent to this property, water, sewage, and irrigation pipes running under it, and the golf carts driving over it. 3 built-in incentives to resolve this matter amicably for a fair price. We believe we have done that with this agreement, and I would like to publicly thank the representative of the Gibbons Company for the negotiations that took place over the course of the last 2 years. And I am very pleased that we have come to this point where I can now invite other honorable colleagues to participate in this debate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Colonel Bursch. Any further speakers? The chair recognizes honorable member, Mr. Kennedy. You have the floor, sir.
Yes, thank you, Acting Speaker. I think that's probably been one of the most detailed summaries I've heard in a while. And so I want to thank the minister for certainly, I had a lot of questions. The brief has answered most of those questions, but I was wondering if there was any attachments, particularly when governments are buying or selling properties, we would have an attachment and outline of the property so that everyone can see what we're talking about. I haven't seen that passed out to us at all, but it'd be nice at some point in time if we could get that. But again,
Yeah, it's you can get
was
this.
it? Oh, was it? All right, well, then fine, great,
You want to see it?
great. I didn't, sorry,
You want to see it?
yes, we didn't, when was it sent? Because, oh, this morning. Oh, that's when you, okay. I hired him up, but I was over there trying to get my computer going, get assistance. So, okay, excellent. Thank you very much. Again, a lot of detail been given. So I must say thank you to the minister again, and to the team that had to work through, quite frankly, what it almost a year ago was a pretty contentious issue. And I know that the area MPs got involved. The neighborhood was involved. I actually went and took a look at the piece of property myself, having gone to school right there, exactly where that area is. And so it is good to see that we have come to a conclusion. I know that the Gibbons family, and unfortunately, even during this time, Charlie passed away. I knew the family very well. He's passed away. So I'm sure that Gardine, Miss Gibbons, is very, very, very content that she can now rest. Go to sleep at night, knowing that this is not hanging over her. At some point in time, I must say I was concerned about the time, but listening to what the minister has had to say, I can understand and I recognize that even with the passing of Mr. Gibbons, that probably led to some of the delays as well in trying to negotiate this here. I must say initially when having seen the property, I wasn't quite sure of the border areas that we're talking about, but again, now I understand it was tabled this morning. I must say when he mentioned the amount, I was like, okay, hold on a second here. I gotta listen very closely here. But the summary, of course, at the end of the day, and the conclusion that the minister has come to, we fully support after having listened to this extensive summary that the briefing that the minister has given. This, as the minister said, has come about as of legacy issues. And sometimes these things get passed on, and after a while, no one's really looking at them because they're not a problem. They're not presenting an issue or a concern that we would take a look at it. Obviously, once the property St. Regis came on and the purchase of St. George's Club, and I must declare my interest, I am actually staying at St. George's Club right now. I'm having renovations done. So it's nice to see that this area has been resolved. I know that St. Regis was concerned as well. They were losing Gulf bookings and the likes. And I know that the Gibbonses, quite frankly, were completely torn over this issue. And it's good to see that the government now has stood in, as it said it would, and resolved the issue. So after having listened to that, quite frankly, there's not really much to say. I think the minister has, and I know people were concerned back in March, April, May last year, they were concerned about the time of it, but he has taken it on. He said he was going to take it on, and he has resolved the issue. And so we are happy to see that this now has come to a conclusion. I think one question that maybe I may ask is, and he did say he would be leasing it to St. Regis, which I'm assuming that that's going to be for the tenor of the time that the St. Regis is there, and even if it goes on further. But the question at that time that I was thinking was, well, are we possibly going to sell it to St. Regis per se, in the form of the lease that they do have? But he's cleared that up. We understand, and we understand the value. So this makes sense. I will not belabor this particular motion. We're grateful to the government and the minister and his team for coming to this resolution, and I'm sure that the area MPs are content and happy with this resolution that we have. The other question, well, the piping of the water, so that will continue to be free to the Gibbonses that is there now, because I know that they get access to free piping water. So I think he said that, but yeah, okay. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you,
Speaker.
Mr. Kenya. Any further speakers? The chair recognizes the honorable member Renee Main. Ms. Main, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker and listening audience. Today I rise on my feet as I promised some months ago that I would. It's been a long 2 years. It has been a long 2 years. Mr. Speaker, when I last spoke in this house on this matter, I said that I hoped that I would bring something positive the next time I spoke on it. Mr. Speaker, a resolution is a firm decision to do or not to do something. Today, we are at the point where the minister responsible for works, my constituent, Mrs. Gibbons, together with her lawyer, have reached a resolution. And for that, I am happy. Mr. Speaker, we actually did not need to venture down this road and this path. And I think that conversations that I've had, even with the minister, we can probably agree that we could have handled some of these things a lot better. But it is what it is. And we find ourselves where we are today. And to some degree, Mr. Speaker, representing can be difficult, but it must be done. We are entrusted with votes, and so we have to represent. And even if that means we become unpopular, we still have to do it. Mr. Speaker, I am a loyal servant of the Bermuda Progressive Labor Party.
Amen.
Some would say that I bleed green, but the reality is, I bleed blue, light blue and dark blue. And I take very seriously the fact that my constituents entrust me with their vote. Everyone who knows me knows that I will go to bat for my people, without any hesitation. And I will assist them wherever and whenever I can. If you, Mr. Speaker, we represent our people in this house. They don't come to this house and speak on their behalf. So in this place, they are voiceless. But they vote for us, and we become their voice in this house. And for that, I am grateful that I have that trust to stand here today, especially, and do it. Mrs. Gibbons actually sits in the gallery today
Oh, it's wonderful.
as we speak about her matter.
Oh, glory.
She sits here today without her husband. So this resolution is bittersweet. And maybe, Mr. Speaker, for one side is more bitter than sweet. Nonetheless, we are here. 2 nights ago, I sat at Ms. Gibbons's house as a representative should, and I asked her, what would she want me to say today? Because when I get here and I speak in this house, it is not the words of Renee Mean. It is the words and the comments and the thoughts of those persons who entrusted me with their vote and put me here. So we had a long session, and I wanted her to be comfortable with what I would say here today. And I wanted her to express to me what she would want me to express in this house. And we did that with some uncomfortable moments, some laughter, but a lot of progress. Mr. Speaker, some things, because if you initially write some things are better left unsaid. Because if we get into the weeds on this matter, I think that there was much said in March on this matter, and there is some healing that still needs to happen. I feel sure that Ms. Gibbons approaches this space with some reluctance. Had it not been for her husband dying, she doesn't feel that we would be in this position. And I believe that the minister's brief actually said that, already said that they would not sell the land because that was her husband's desire. But suffice to say that although she is hurt, I would encourage members to actually speak to her and maybe even hear her view. Because today is Mrs. Guardian Gibbons, but tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, it could be your mother, your grandmother, your sister, your aunt, or even your friend. And I can say this without blinking an eye. I have felt this family's pain for the last 2 years. Mr. Speaker, my constituent, a Black woman, falls into that category of being asset rich but cash poor. That's most of us, Mr. Speaker. People that look like me anyhow, we don't always have the benefit of copious amounts of money to be able to do things. And so when you don't have access to cash, sometimes you don't have access to studies, plans, or being able to just fight some battles. So here we are. And like I said, Ms. Gibbons says, my focus, and these are her words. Ms. Gibbons reminded me though that, and she has often reminded me of this over the last year especially, that she has more years behind her than she has in front of her. And I will make sure to be very careful to say that Ms. Gibbons is tired. That's what she actually conveyed to me. And she knows that because she has more years behind her than she does in front of her, she wants to live the rest of her years peacefully. And all I can do, Mr. Speaker, as her representative, is respect those wishes. She may not be happy, Mr. Speaker, but like I said, she wants to live in peace. And I hope that the lessons learned from this entire process, because the minister spoke about oversights, that no other family in Bermuda has to go through this type of land situation against the government again. Mr. Speaker, in this place, each of us must be willing and unafraid and fearless about representing the people who elected us for this very purpose. We should not be ridiculed, or even ostracized for representing our people. And just to sum it up, for just doing what is right. I will continue to be the voice for the voiceless. I challenge my colleagues to do the same, irrespective of it not being the popular thing to do. Servitude is the state of being entirely subjected to someone more powerful. My constituents are my boss. They have the power. And that's who I serve as I wear the badge of the Progressive Labor Party. Mr. Speaker, no one who sits in this place should be afraid to represent the people who put us there. I would like to say in closing, Mr. Speaker, that today my phone has blown up with lots of words of encouragement for me, to who people knew would deliver this today, and to Ms. Gibbons. There were many who wished her peace, who wished her well, and hoped that this matter, she can work to put it behind her. And it's amazing how many members of the public have been interested in this matter. I know for sure that in my constituency, the residents, Mrs. Gibbons' family, have all been waiting for a resolution that was amicable for Mrs. Gibbons. And I'm grateful for my constituents for listening to me as I ask them to trust the process. Because we have a very broken constituency now as a result of this. And we have healing to do. And that healing will start from Mrs. Gibbons, because she has asked for some peace, and that peace she will have. But at any time, and I'll speak for myself here, but my colleagues know that I'm asked to stand and represent these persons who put me here. That's a 2.5 second thought of doing it, because they know that I will, and this house knows that I will. They sent a lot of love, and I'll say, as I always say in this space, I love my constituents, and when I say it, I mean it. I represent 1,300 people and their families. So their children are my children. So in the end of the day, I look at it, I represent probably about 5,000 people for the entire constituency. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm gonna close on that note. And like I said, I pray that this matter gets a look at from the ministry standpoint, and that no other family has to go through what this family has gone through. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member Ming. Chair recognize the Honorable Member Ms. Fogo.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker. I'm quite happy to stand here and speak to a resolution that was met with agreement. I am going to declare my interest. I am a very close relative of Ms. Gardine Izada Fogo Gibbons. Yeah. She loves me and I love her, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
And I want to say that on the matter of this issue, I think we heard the Colonel speak that it initially was an issue regarding leasing land because there was no desire to sell. And that is indeed a fact. We saw things transpire which unfortunately led to the passing of Mr. Shirley Gibbons. I think we reached a point where, with the representation that Ms. Guardian Gibbons had regarding her land and what might bring her the peace that she shared with her representative that she ultimately sought. I think what is even more important, and I want to say this to Guardian, is that I have no doubt that her beloved Shirley is resting in peace because this turmoil was turned into a situation that she feels and believes that she can spend the rest of her days in with peace. And so for that, I am grateful. It was a long, I guess, set of negotiations. It was, and perhaps it did take longer than it ought to, but what was pointed out is that it didn't begin with us because with a lot of the utterings that was in the public domain, the initial thought on most people's part is that they thought it was something that began under our watch. Yes, we were landed with something, and because of ignorance to the fact on many of the actors' sides, we saw that this situation, I guess, played out much longer than it ought to have. But nonetheless, the minister did declare in this space previously and in other spaces that he would not see this family have their land taken from them. I think he stayed to his word. The situation evolved where what was going to be in God's best interest. And we never know how long we have on this earth. And I want to say this, my cousin just recently, I won't say how many years into her 80s she is now, but she just recently, a few days ago, had another birthday. And I want to say that having arrived at final negotiations, and once this House and the upper chamber debates on this, she will have the peace that she deserves. And this, I guess, final result, putting her in better stead, because as the member who just took her seat pointed out, most of us may have assets, or many of us, but many of us, most of us, I can say here, most of us are cash poor. And so hopefully, once she is able to realize the settlement and have it in hand, she is able to move on with the rest of her life in a way that does create some ease and gives her comfort in knowing that first and foremost, her beloved wanted her to always be in good stead. And I hope that having arrived at this settlement, that she can feel that at least she has been able to honor his wishes in terms of her well-being and how she moves forward. Again, it was fraught with lots of controversy around the whole topic. But for me, and I will declare, I was very singular, very myopic in my vision, because through all of this, I wanted to make certain that Gaudie or Gaudine Gibbons was felt that she was being made whole, and that she ended up in a position where she felt that she is better off. And that was first and foremost. And I hope to some degree that she can look at this as a belated birthday present. Because the member who just took her seat did say one thing: we as parliamentarians, we're here to serve. And one thing is true, I believe anyway. When we serve our constituents, they will serve us, right? And in serving us, we come here to lend voice to what they want. That is true. But in this situation, I think that all of us on this side, and even on the opposition side, feel that the outcome, having listened to all that transpired to get here, and learning that this is an outcome that was met with Gaudine Gibbons' representative and herself, that we have served her well. Yes, I think the minister pointed out that this piece of land operated like that of the Suez Canal. So even though he pointed out that it had a $30,000 value, it really was worth much more. And I feel that the compensation that's being provided speaks to 15 times more than what it was valued at, speaks to the fact that government accepted that in order to make this just and right, that she get a much higher value and I would say, a true value in the worth of the strip of land that we're talking about. And I am thankful that the government did reach this conclusion. I am thankful that the actors were all able to engage in negotiations that resulted in, I would say, a win-win. Because when you look at what the cost would have been, I would say Gaudine really helped the government in many ways, in that ultimately they paid out far less than perhaps continuing, moving forward, new actors, new players who, if her children took over the land and they're still having to pay, then they would have had to. I think the minister said it would have cost them something like $800,000 to move. But looking at the value of the land, $450,000 was what was offered. And thank you, Minister, because a compulsory purchase, you looked the other way when it came to that, because that is what you did not want to do and was not prepared to do. And so we ended up in a situation where Gaudine Gibbons has a result that she can live the rest of her days with and still feel that she honored the intent of her husband. And so I want to thank the minister for working towards that end. And I want to thank Gaudine's representative for working with the minister to bring about a result that she was accepting of. And so on that last note, I take my seat, and I hope that this has then a happy birthday present to Claudine. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member Tyrrell.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker. Mr. Acting Speaker, I feel the emotion in the room on this matter and just feel compelled to just make just a brief comment on it. And certainly I take the opportunity to personally thank Minister Birch for doing his homework. And as you heard in his brief, it was very extensive in terms of what he did on the matter and coming to the solution that appears, and I use the word appears, to be satisfactory to all parties. I certainly think this shows that this government listens and cares for the people of Bermuda. I certainly know from experience in negotiating that one never always gets everything you want, but you would hope, as my colleague who just sat down say, that if it's a win-win situation, then I think it's been accomplished. So I, as I sit down again, before I sit down, I want to thank Minister Birch and his technical officers for this, especially Colonel Birch, because obviously he showed some empathy to the situation anyway. And I think we've arrived at a good solution, a resolution anyway. And again, I say thank you, Minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member Tyrrell. The chair recognizes Honorable Member Kim Swan.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker. Mr. Acting Speaker, I will declare my interest. I was the general manager of the Quango, the St. George's Golf Course that opened in August 8th of 1985, that caused that road to be negotiated through Mr. Gibbons's property. And I had the cause during this period to give my account both to the lawyer representing Mrs. Gibbons, the Gibbons family, and also to the ministry. I will share this, that the Quango that I was hired to in January 2nd of 1985 did not take control of the property until probably 1986 or so, or late 1985, after the House reconvened in November. The property was developed under the Ministry of Works and Engineering. So the Quango that actually managed the property did not construct they were only acting in an advisory capacity to be in the loop, but the construction was carried out by the ministry. I was a 28-year-old head of a Quango in 1985, and there were persons more senior to me who are now, the youngest of which would be 70 years old and older. And some, including the director and others, have passed, and some live elsewhere. And I will just do a little bit of a historical recap of my understanding, because what made this situation so complex is that in 1985, there were three separate entities that operated there. There was the St. George's Club, who were owned by York Hanover, which is now owned by Hotel Co. There was the Lowe's Bermuda Beach property, which is now owned by Hotel Co. and operated as St. Regis. And there was the St. George's Golf Club, which was owned by the government of Bermuda. And after it was then turned over in a Quango after its construction, operated, but still, as is the golf course, Consolidated Golf Courses Act, of which I'm now chairman, still was very much answerable to the Ministry of Works and Engineering. I list those out because of government's and direct involvement, and knowing that Mr. Gibbons's property, and I'll just back up a bit. When I came to St. George's, Mr. Shirley Gibbons was one of the amongst the first people I would have met, being a property owner that bounded the golf course. Mr. Addison Tucker, Mrs. Lucille Fogo and Bonnie Fogo, and persons like that. Mrs. Robinson down there, Mr. Crane, and folks like that whose golf balls would get hit by, houses would get hit by, persons I got to know very well. Mr. Gibbons was a member of the St. George's Corporation at the time, and was one of the most conciliatory and amenable people you would ever want to meet. I mean, really. And the one poignant point that I had to make from the outset is that without having the benefit of the records from that time period, when that road was cut through there to make access from what was then number 1 hole to number 2T through the Oxford Laundry, the most poignant thing that took place was Mr. Gibbons had, or there was built, and I can't say who built it, on his property, the most lovely Bermuda stone wall and a gate. So when that property was cut through, there was a Bermuda stone wall and a very lovely gate that still sits today. It might be some bushes overgrown, that was built there, which signified access to that road that came down Sumner Lane. And that is the elephant in the room as we talk. That started the conversation, because the blockage that occurred happened on Sumner Lane and caused persons to be somewhat concerned. And I knew in my heart of hearts, without seeing any records, knowing that not only were we traversing through Mr. Gibbons's property, we're akin to that in Tuckerstown. When I worked in Tuckerstown prior to coming to there, you would put up a rope every year to signify certain areas that persons would use just to shut it off to make sure. So knowing that history, I had to certainly share that with all parties that asked me there. And the one most difficult thing is that Mr. Gibbons is no longer with us, and as a senior had to endure that difficulty in the latest years of his life. But a year ago, the minister gave an undertaking that he will fix this issue, and I took great faith in the minister, Lieutenant Colonel Birch, who doesn't give out those assurances unless he's prepared to see it through. And I think what we've seen today was an issue that has been worked through painstakingly, I might add, but it is certainly one in which his ministry is comfortable in doing, and the principals of the families are happy to accept. And for that, I'm very grateful for that resolution. But I will say that the elephant in the room was actually Sumner Lane, and I'm sure at some point in time some discussion will be had as regards to that. So that's a little bit of my historical connection, Mr. Acting Speaker, as it relates to that property and the complexity that existed when the St. Regis then built the hotel and purchased the St. George's Club as well. So once was 3 entities, it became one, notwithstanding the fact that government water line, and it was a gravity feed from the RO plant, the old Oxford Laundry, down to where the water exists down there next to the Richard Allen car park, which we built in good faith as well at the time, and put a fence there to make sure that golf balls weren't hitting my good friend, the late Thomas Painter, who used to come there collect water and complain to me. Hey, Swanee, I'm doing this water every day. Your golf balls are bombarding me. So we put up a nice fence there as well as a stone wall. So just a little historical context that Mr. Gibbons has always been a very amenable and someone who worked with the government during the time period that I got to first know him there, and that arrangement was made. Thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker.
Yeah, future speakers, bear in mind that Colonel Birch has given the history of this land purchase. There is rules against repetition. We don't need that. You saw that by the opposition. They got up and acknowledged what he said. We don't have to repeat that. Continue, Mr. Richardson.
Mr. Acting Speaker, thank you. I will not repeat what has
Thank you.
been said before.
Thank you.
What I'll do instead, though, is, with your permission, is actually to really commend Ms. Gibbons for her fortitude. To those in the room, I happen to be one of those also that we're from St. George's. And Mr. and Mrs. Gibbons are one of the numerous icons in the community, which those of us who are from St. George's would know about. And so I just want to make sure that we don't forget that there is the human in all of this, and to commend her for her fortitude, all that she is going through. And I also want to do what I do sometimes, is to reflect upon the fact that, notwithstanding all of the difficulty and the emotion and the delays, this does represent a difference with the PLP. We did hear Colonel Birch go through and explain how he came, or how government really came to the conclusion about the amount that's going to be paid. It's not about money. And what we can clearly see is that he went through a good rationale to get to a conclusion. So it doesn't matter if the technical value was 35,000. It was much more that went into that. And so to Colonel Birch, I definitely commend him, and not him alone, because he doesn't act alone. He acts as a member of cabinet and as a larger member of the parliamentary caucus. And so I want to make sure that we do commend him in that regard. And also, Mr. Acting Speaker, I think what's important that might have gotten lost in all of the discussion is that this was never a matter of if we get to a solution, but when. It was never an if. It was a when. And I think that actually needs to be underscored, because it's a big difference if we talk about the fact that we might, as opposed to, no, we're going to get there. It's just a matter of how we're going to get there. And so I want to make sure that point is not lost. And I also want to take the time, the few moments actually, to commend the members of Parliament. MP Ming gave her commentary, obviously MP Fogo and MP Swan. And yes, sometimes it is difficult when we do what we need to do on behalf of the constituents, but clearly we are only here because those persons voted for us. And yes, it's a difficult road sometimes, and we may find that it's a lonely road, but it is a rewarding road because we are doing what we are supposed to do. And so I want to make sure that I do commend them. And last, if not least, I will say that for all of us, service is in fact king. Service, it's king. All that we come here to do, all we should come here to do, is to serve. Serve, serve, and serve. With those comments, Mr. Acting Speaker, I will say thank you and take my seat.
Thank you, Mr. Richardson. Any further speakers? There appear to be none. Colonel, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me just first say thank you to everybody who spoke in support of this, particularly the opposition, who see the value in this. This took longer than I expected it would take, but it's like baking a cake. You can't take it out of the oven until it's cooked.
You shouldn't open the oven either.
Exactly. And so I think MP Richardson hit the nail on the head about not if, but when. And that was always my belief. That was always my position, that we would get there. And so there was give and take on both sides. It's an interesting phenomenon to have a lawyer representing you and giving you advice. But that's what it is, advice. And you have to decide whether that's in line with where it is that you want to go or not, and you accept or reject it. And I did both during this exercise. I never had any doubt that we would get to a conclusion one way or the other as a result of the negotiations. It was frustrating at times because you're back and forth, but that's the nature of the beast. You say yes to some things and you say no to some other things, and the other side does the same. I can tell you that when I got the word that the Gibbons family had agreed to the proposal that's been presented today, I can't remember where I think I was in cabinet. And so you're not supposed to look at your phones. You're not supposed to, well, you can't use them at the cabinet table, but the phone was sitting there and it popped out and I thought, nah, that can't be right. But I immediately went outside and called the acting PS. I said, I'm just read a WhatsApp from you. What's going on? He said, the Gibbonses have agreed. And I said what I say when I'm pleased, praise the Lord.
Amen.
And so I always, in every negotiation and in every exercise and in every discussion, you need to know who you're dealing with. And so my weakness is on two fronts. And I tell my constituents this. If you're an adult in my constituency, you're on your own. I look after seniors and children.
Yes.
And that comes from birth. I was born in a senior's home by a relative who ran it. And so my entire life has evolved around that. And my mother spent a significant amount of her life dealing with seniors. And so people don't naturally know that. And they think that, there's going to be some other result. But I have a tremendous amount of respect for all seniors, particularly those in my district. And in the case of the Gibbonses, I knew their age. I knew that they were seniors. And I knew that as long as I held this responsibility, that I would see this through without jeopardizing or impeding, without forcing them to do something they did not wish to do. That's where I started, and I believe that's where we've ended. We've come to an agreement. Everybody don't ever get everything they want, but you strike a compromise and you come to a reasonable understanding. Now, I expect that the usual thing that happens in this country will happen in this case. There'll be those out in the atmosphere who have their own opinions and will probably criticize this decision. And I don't say invite them to do so, but I do indicate to them that when you do things under the cloak of secrecy and anonymity, it has no effect on me whatsoever. Because what it says to me is if you revealed who you are, everybody would understand why it is that you're saying and doing what you're doing, and it usually is not the way that you present it. I believe, this cabinet believes, this government believes that this is the right and fair and just thing to do. And the Gibbons family have agreed with that decision. And so we shall proceed. This will go from here to the other place. and hopefully is supported by the opposition there as well, and will be passed. And we will be able to conclude this matter by paying the amount of money that we've indicated is available to do so. There was one question that was raised about the issue of Sumner Lane. That is a matter that is resolved as part of this issue as well. It was on the table. Everything was on the table during these discussions. And this agreement brings to a close all of the matters surrounding this issue. And so it is the best result for all the parties involved, is our view. It's the best result for government. I can tell you the disbelief that I had when I learned that that one, there was somebody who owned a piece of property that separated two golf courses, and two, that we'd given a lease to Hotelco that excluded that, and it just didn't make any sense to me. And so the ability to be able to resolve that so that this matters behind the Gibbonses, the owners of the St. Regis and St. George's Golf Club, the leaseholders there, can get on with the business of helping to revitalize St. George's, and the government can move on without having to worry about having this separation of the two golf courses. So somebody said it was a win-win situation. I agree that that is the case. And so therefore, Mr. Speaker, I move that the resolution be approved.
Any objections to the resolution? There are no objections. Resolution is approved.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you. Mr. Premier? No, I think it's somebody else. Third reading. Yeah, I didn't see you, Kim. You're hiding down below there.
Yes, yes, Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill entitled the anti-doping be read a third time.
Any objections? No, continue. I'm sorry, approved. I think it's you, Mr. Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that this honorable House do now adjourn
I think
until,
you had one, did you have one speaker for? motion?
I know that members of my side are speaking most adjourned, Mr. Speaker. Just want to make sure I inform you of that.
Yes.
But Mr. Speaker, I move that this House do now adjourn until Friday, December the 8th. And someone is on their feet behind me, I know.
Thank you. We adjourn to the 24th. Colonel Birch, you're up quick.
So there is a saying that the opposition has its way. Sorry, the opposition has its say, but the government has its way. You're familiar with that saying,
Yeah,
Mr.
very,
Speaker?
very familiar, sir.
I think that probably only you and I would be familiar with that saying. I don't know whether it was coined by him, but he used it an awful lot during his time as the longest serving premier in this country.
Yes, he did.
That's right. Mr. Speaker, he used it. Now, I knew because I wasn't in Parliament, but I was in youth Parliament. And so I followed things at that time. And I know he used it a lot when Dame Lois Brown Evans and Alfred the Great were opposition leaders. Whenever they had anything to say, he said, you can have your say, but the government has its way. Mr. Speaker, that's the premise under which I serve as a minister, and I encourage my parliamentary colleagues to do the same. I've served in every PLP cabinet since the year 2000. And so I've seen the operation of all five of the PLP premiers. I was in Montego Bay on July 2nd, 2003, when Bermuda became a member of CARICOM, accompanying then Premier Jennifer Smith. 20 years ago, Mr. Speaker, many people would not know why it was Jamaica and why it was 2003, because we certainly had that aim as an exercise when we first won the government. The Prime Minister of Jamaica at the time was the Most Honorable P.J. Patterson, who was, who took an interest in the then Bermuda Premier, first PLP Premier, and helped to guide and lead that process. And he wanted Bermuda to join CARICOM in Jamaica. And that's why it was Montego Bay in July 2003. This week, Mr. Speaker, we've heard some of the same cries that were uttered 20 years ago about joining CARICOM. I grew up in a time in this country when we had disparaging nicknames for people from the Caribbean. You had a government that actively worked to discourage and to denigrate anything Caribbean, while setting up businesses in a lot of those countries and making a whole lot of money. But we could not participate with our Caribbean colleagues. You haven't put the clock on.
Yeah, but I know you're gonna be,
Huh?
I know you're gonna be more than 30 minutes.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, so we get treated like we have amnesia. Because during the 5 years between 2012 and 2017, do you remember who the government was, Mr. Speaker? So do I. Do you remember that their premiers went to CARICOM? Mr. Speaker, not that much, I know. But I know that then Premier Dunkley went to CARICOM. Mr. Speaker, we've heard this week too, or 2 weeks ago, that we will only make it if we work together.
Yes.
And there's an offer, let's work together. But the definition of that work together is unworkable, Mr. Speaker. Because the work together means do as I say, because in every other utterance, everything we do is wrong. Everything we do is wrong. Now, we don't even get the same benefit that a broken clock gets. It's right twice a day. Tells you to correct time twice a day. Mr. Speaker, I am more than a little irritated by the attacks and assaults on our leader. I have witnessed the same conduct on every single leader this party has had. Every last one of them have been vilified, have been accused of being corrupt, have been accused of being dishonest, have been accused of being incompetent, have accused of not being able to manage anything. And our history does not even support any of that.
Yep.
And I'll use a practical example. One of those premiers, they've been trying to prosecute for more than a decade.
Yes.
We've had not one MP
Mhm.
be convicted or go to jail for corruption or for anything else. This is a small community that everybody knows everybody else. And the suggestion that you can't get anything right smacks of racism, Mr. Speaker. Now, I know that the accusations come mostly from people that look like you and I,
Mhm.
but I know that the motivation is coming from somewhere else.
Yeah.
And on occasions like that, for me, as a minister, as a parliamentarian, somebody mentioned today about how they got her.
Mm.
We all got her the same way,
Mhm.
knocking on people's doors and convincing them that, one, we were honest, two, we would represent their interests to the best of our ability. All of us did that. Some of us are better at delivering on it than others, but we all got her the same way. And, Mr. Speaker, I know that I'm different. I know that people have changed their opinion over the 25 years about my motivation, who I am, what I am, I know that I have not changed that approach from when you get my age, you're kind of set in your ways. And you kind of got a groove. The way that we are, the way that I believe that the way that the last matter we discussed in this house to get it resolved requires you be stubborn, you be clear about the where you want to end up, and you, if you're the one making the decisions, then you stand your ground. And I think I've told this house many times before, most of the decisions that I make in my life, I take a vote. And they're usually 3-0. And in that case, it was definitely a 3-0 vote. Me, myself, and I. Mr. Speaker, I'm in departure line syndrome.
Mm.
Yes, I'm coming to the end of this journey. And so some people will celebrate at that news. Others will be saying other things. But the time is up. I'll leave that just where it is. But Mr. Speaker, we cannot continue as a country being dishonest with one another. We cannot. If you want to work with me, then it has to be on the basis that you work on an honorable plane. You can't take what you get from working together and then try and use it against me. It has to be on the basis that you are genuinely doing that. But I actually believe that that's a mission impossible. The philosophies of both entities are so diametrically opposed. And I'm not saying one's right or one's wrong, but business, people. And I think that we have to we have to do what we are been elected to do. We talked earlier today about going to the 196th anniversary of Cobb's Hill Methodist Church. No. Mr. Speaker, I can't believe this is the first time I've actually been into the church. But when you walk into the building, you sense and you feel, and all of the people that are members of that church are older than me, most of them, I think. But you can sense that for them, this is the church. This is a part of their life. This is a part of their being, and they're just so proud to have people who are not members of the church come and celebrate with them. For people in the PLP, we do that before we join the PLP. That's part of who we are. And our relationship with the people of this country and the people who vote for us and the people who support us are not people who've drunk Kool-Aid. Those people that come to Alaska Hall on Monday nights for Central Committee have far more political sense than some of us sometimes. They know exactly what is required of a representative. And they know that they're not going to get everything they ask, because everything they ask ain't actually correct. And part of being a representative is saying to them, pause. That ain't going to happen, because that's more personal than universal. Mr. Speaker, as we lead towards the next election, I wish, and that's all it is, because I don't actually believe it will come true, that there was an honest fight, that you argue on not personalities, not creating this environment where people hate a leader for God knows what. Because if they say to me he has to go, I say, well, why? I have two questions really. Well, why? Like, well, he just has to go. Well, that's not a reason. And the second question is, who are you going to replace him with? Because that's usually the challenge in this situation, because not just for leader, but for even candidates. And so it's going to be very difficult for the opposition to get members of this party to think that you want to work with us when your campaign is based on demonizing an individual so that people want to do physical harm to them. And the only reason why it's worse for David Burt, because he's been here longer. The game plan has not changed in 25 years. Attack the leader, attack the leader, attack the leader. And the suggestion that if he goes, everything is everything is called into question. If I say, as I have on debacle launching, if he goes, oh, trust me. And I mean, I think that people, when they get long in the tooth in this game, when the day comes that you want to say, I'm done, you'll say it, and you'll go without any regrets, without any anger, without any hostility. You'll just think, time's up. And it's time for someone else to have a turn. So during this campaign, I suspect that we're going to get to where we normally get to, aided and abetted by the daily newspaper, who haven't quite figured out that I don't believe they're relevant. They asked for an interview about this, the matter we just dealt with. And I said, absolutely. I'll have much to say about it on the 24th of November in the House of Assembly where the motion had already been tabled. And I noted that they wrote the story anyway. And in typical fashion, I don't know whether it was deliberate or just the normal getting things wrong. But they indicated that the matter we just dealt with had been included in the hotel code lease when it hadn't been. And they indicated that it was 2020 when it wasn't, it was 2015. Mr. Speaker, we have been to now 5 elections and lost 1. So their record is not a very good one. I noted this week, I haven't read any of the details, that they finally published one of their quarterly surveys. They haven't done it every quarter. I've got 1 minute. They haven't done it every quarter. But they finally got one where the OBA and the PLP are neck and neck. What that tell you? All the other surveys once have said something quite different, not in support of people who they support. Mr. Speaker, I know it's going to be a hard fight. I know that the people of this country are going to be bombarded with all sorts of information. But I also know that we will do what we always do. Judge us on our record. Judge us on our policies, not personalities. Judge us on the work that we have done and what we've indicated that we will do. And don't take anybody's word for it. You could probably still get a copy of every platform we've issued just since 1998. And you will be able to see for yourself what we said we were going to do, what we've done, and what we still haven't trained to get done. That's the path we're on. That's the one consistent personality trait, if you want to say it, about all of our leaders. Every last one of them used their platform as their guiding light and terrorized ministers to a greater extent or less about your progress in meeting the commitments and promises that we made in platforms. So it's not just a document that's to get you elected, it's to get you through your term in office. And ministers get charged documents that sets out what we have to do. And I take the view, and I guess we all do, it's like being in school. If at the deadline it's not anything more than a B+, then you're probably going to be a former minister. I never expect to be in that position. I take what I'm asked to do seriously and carry it out. So with this comments, Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker. Mr. Acting Speaker, a word that has entered the lexicon recently is triggered. Now, I'm old, so I don't get triggered. But when I heard the remarks by the former leader of our country, if I were capable of being so, I would have been in relation to the stance on CARICOM. And I say triggered because it took me back to a previous life when I sat in a different caucus and voted a different way. The issue of CARICOM and associate membership came to the Honorable House to be debated. And at that time, in that caucus, in that place, I voted against it. And you'd ask why? The reason why I voted against it at that time was because in the caucus in which I sat, there was some great business minds in the room and outside the room who told us the sky would fall, the water would burn, the animals and the sheep in the line would be laying down next to each other. It was the end of the world if this happened, associate membership in CARICOM. And we were even told, well, you know, we white members can't take the ball on this one because they're going to say we're being racist. So you fellas there, go talk to your cousins and tell them CARICOM's not a good thing on behalf of us, the great business minds. And so it went. And as the minister just took a seat said, the opposition of the day had its say and the government had its way. And then a month passed after the associate membership was signed. 2 months passed, 6 months passed, a year passed. The world did not end. The seas did not burn. The skies did not open up. And I began to question, were we lied to? And then I had the good fortune to go on a CPA trip and meet individuals from CARICOM and learn about the work they were doing. And it led to a story in the Royal Gazette. You can Google it if you feel inclined. And I said, I don't mind being wrong about CARICOM. Anyway, colleagues will know that I'm very accustomed to not being in step with everybody else. It's not a new thing. I'm accustomed to going into a room and being brought up on charges or whatever. But I went, saw for myself, judged for myself, that the information that we were given was an absolute total fabrication, prevarication, fiction. So, as an MP, it is my responsibility to take the initiatives that I put through the throne speech back to my constituents and to discuss them. And for us to be able to weigh the merits. And if the merits of any proposal are there, to come forward into my caucus and put my support, to come forward to this chamber and put my support. If the support of my people is not there, to bring that to the caucus, and if necessary, to this house. But that is the procedure. So I am going into this with an open mind. I have seen the benefits firsthand. I have seen the benefits when I was Dr. Brown's chief of staff and attended CARICOM meetings, where the negotiations were made for scholarships for the University of West Indies, where negotiations were made for solutions Bermuda had that they needed and solutions that they had that we needed. And so these associations, there's nothing to be afraid of if you manage them. And the important thing I think for us as a government is, if this is the direction we seek to go, to lay out and continuously lay out the benefits, because we are in the what have you done for me lately business and the what is in it for me business. And that is what I think we will do very far in extolling the virtues, because there are virtues. But I think we have to recognize that there are people in this country who have historically twisted the truth for whatever reasons, whether it's racism, whether it's just simply anything the PLP does is bad. Your motivations are a mystery to me, but I know that they're not always based on fact. So I would just urge the community that we have an opportunity to examine this as a community, judge it on its merits as a community, and move forward together if we collectively can see the benefit. But we must reserve judgment because that conversation has not occurred yet. Now, as I'm wrapping up, last week, I celebrated 9 years as the Member of Parliament for Constituency 33. And unlike my colleague who just took a seat, I'm not going anywhere unless the people put me out. I've got a little time to go, but well, one of my colleagues said, well, baby, well, you want to take on my family? Good luck to you too. But it has been a wonderful experience, and I'm very humbled by the time I've spent in Constituency 33. And what I think has been important is over the past years, we have moved from opposition to government. I've been a shadow minister, I've been a minister, I've been a backbencher. But the focus has always been on serving the people who put me where I am. And I'm very grateful to them, I'm thankful to them, and I am very hopeful that when Judgment Day comes, that you will find favor on me whenever it comes. Because as they say, we know not the day nor the hour, but I do know this. We have a community that is very, very interested in the upliftment of Bermudians. They're very interested in the protection of Bermudians. They're very interested in a country where their children can grow up and don't feel they have to leave their own home. And that is why I first got involved in politics, why I continue to be in politics, to build a Bermuda that works for Bermudians. So I'm thankful for them for the opportunity for giving me this chance. I'm thankful to our former leader, the Honorable Mark Bean, for giving me the opportunity through the party process to represent the Progressive Labor Party in Constituency 33. I'm thankful to my family, to my friends, my supporters, and my team. You are the best. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the honorable member Christopher Famous.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, colleagues, and the listening public. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to make a slight departure there and get back on track. Mr. Speaker, as a people, we have undoubtedly experienced the absolute worst of humanity. We've been enslaved. We've suffered genocide, land theft, denial of rights, so on and so forth. In this country, we've been told, you can't go to school over there, you can't work there, and you can't live there in this country, Mr. Speaker. The same has happened in every country where persons of color, and I use that generously, have been under the control of people of a different complexion. Mr. Speaker, I won't get into too much of the details, but I say that to say, we don't have to get Webster's dictionary or the Oxford Dictionary for anyone to define what apartheid is, Mr. Speaker. Anyone over the age of 40 has known about Nelson Mandela. They've known about South Africa. They've known about Soweto, where children got slaughtered just because they refused to speak the language of the colonizer. A colonizer in their land, Mr. Speaker. So I say that to say, because I'm going to walk gently right now. We all have a phone, tablet. And when we see certain things right now, Mr. Speaker, as much as some people like to say, no, that's not what it is what it is. It is apartheid. When children are being slaughtered, standing outside the house, when innocent women are buried on the rubble, standing outside the house, or just sleeping in a bed, it is apartheid. It's another word. It's a G word, but I won't use it today. I'll say that for another day. Mr. Speaker, I go back to the course of what my prior colleague spoke about. Mr. Speaker, this country was, I don't want to use the word discovered, because they were actually blown off course in a hurricane. So they didn't discover anything. In 1609, on the way to actually colonize Virginia, not found Virginia, colonize it. By 1616, they figured, hey, it's a lot of work. We might also bring people in to do this. Oh, you mean fill out a work permit? No work permit. We ain't paying them. That's for people we pay. We just bring them in. By 1616, the first enslaved persons were brought to this country. One was black and one was of Native American heritage. Mr. Speaker, you may know this gentleman, Cyril Packwood. He was an Outerbridge as well. So it's from God's country. He wrote a book. He is undeniably one of Bermuda's best historians.
Yes.
Undeniably. He's Bermuda's Alex Haley. He wrote many articles. And one of the articles he wrote, and I'm going to say this, Mr. Speaker, I forgot the exact title, but it said The Origins of Black Bermudians. And I quote, Mr. Speaker, many Africans were imported from the West Indies during 1630 to 1640. And by 1670, the population of enslaved Africans had tripled, where they were now the near majority. I go on, Mr. Speaker, he says, slaves arrived in Bermuda from ships trading in the West Indies. The essence of his story was that the majority of Black persons or persons of color in this country came via the West Indies, or as we now say, the Caribbean. They didn't come directly from Africa because there wasn't many ships coming directly here from Africa. We were trading back and forth with other islands. Mr. Speaker, the point I'm getting at is we have been here for 400 years from the Caribbean. We didn't just come yesterday. We built this island. As you know, Mr. Speaker, you say it often. There's a reverend. He had to defend persons who built the dockyard. Reverend Monk. We pardoned him because the powers that be locked him up for defending the working rights of people from the West Indies who built dockyard, our major source of income at the time. Mr. Speaker, I go on and on and on, but I'm not going to get too far into it. You see, Mr. Speaker, the timeline is such that there has been constant immigration between the islands, from the islands to Bermuda, from other islands all around, people all around them, all mixed up. We populated the Turks and Caicos Island. We populated the Bahamas Island. When you go down there, they sound like us. They have the same names as us. It's not a coincidence. They are us. We are them. The same thing with St. Kitts. They are us. We are them. Mr. Speaker, the third wave of migration from the West Indies came during the 60s. When Bermuda was short of civil servants, police officers, prison officers, teachers, preachers came from the West Indies, mostly from Barbados. That's a whole nother story, but the point I'm getting at is there was a constant wave. Mr. Speaker, all along the line, as the Colonel said, this is constant denigration of anything to do with the Caribbean. It wasn't just denigration from those persons of less melanin. They had brainwashed our own people to denigrate us. Because that seemed to be more effective, Mr. Speaker. We were told we were less than. We were told that we couldn't go there. Oh, your people are from the island, so you can't have this type of job. But guess what we did? We didn't need a job. We created our own job. We created our own churches. Prime example, Evelyn Light. Prime example, the AME Church. Prime example, Church of God. Mr. Speaker, Church of God was originally built to be a bank because the West Indians didn't trust the money of the white man. But we turned it to a church. Mr. Speaker, we created the unions. Honorable E.F. Gordon, Bermuda Workers Union. He was the godfather. And I don't mean that in no criminal sense. Right? Along with others, Robert Johnson, Austin Wilson, his family came from St. Eustatius. You see, Mr. Speaker, we didn't just stop there. We created churches, schools, community clubs, lodges, and we created the Progressive Labor Party. Wilfred Murs Allen. I go on and on, Mr. Speaker. our history, we are them, they are us. You see, Mr. Speaker, in the 60s, the people of the West Indies says, you know what? We're getting rid of these colonial shackles. One by one, first Jamaica, then Trinidad, then Guyana, on and on and on. In 1973, they said, you know what? We need to form a union amongst ourselves. And they called it, originally it was called, what's it came called? Carifta. But then they changed the name and says, no, let's call it CARICOM, the Caribbean Community. So for 50 years, longer than the European Union, CARICOM has been in existence. Initially, it was just a few, Jamaica, Guyana, Barbados, Montserrat, the originals. Then as countries became independent, they joined. Then as countries who were not yet independent says, hey, all of our family is joined in a union. That's joined. And in 2003, Bermuda became one of those families. Mr. Speaker, let me fast forward. 3 weeks ago, the throne speech announced maybe, I don't know, 50 to 100 items. I can't remember. But 2 days later, the Royal Gazette honed in on just one. Front page, Bermuda to pursue CARICOM full membership. I knew then what path they were on. They were not on the path for endorsing it, they were on the path of denigrating it. Mr. Speaker, and I know people from the Royal Gazette are listening, so I want them to quote me well. When you have the reporter who is married to an OBA candidate, a failed OBA candidate, leading the story about Bermuda wishing to become a full-time, yes, write it down, Jerry. Honorable member. Wishing to become a full-time member, I know the path they are on. They kept on digging questions at the premier. When's this going to happen? Why are you doing this? What's the benefits? They didn't get the answers that they wanted. They got no traction. So what they did next? No. Before they did that, they brought in, hey, Mike, can you do us a favor? Hey, write this story and put in there that them joining CARICOM could lead to open borders. That will rile up the natives. That's the word, dog whistles. Can I say dog whistle? I don't mean it's a dog, but it's a dog whistle. That's what they did. And as usual, you got the 100+ comments, maybe 50 people repeating 20 things, repeating it 2 times. A guy who, as the Home Affairs Minister, attended a grand total of 1 CARICOM meeting, is now a CARICOM expert on what this means. So you see, Mr. Speaker, I work nights. I woke up somehow in the morning. Somehow during the day.
You got it right.
And I see this text from somebody saying, hey, there's a press conference going on. By the time I read, the press conference was over. And this person was saying this, that, and the other. And I'm like, what? You serious? Let me check this out for myself. 37 minutes of my life that I will never be able to get back. But 37 minutes of my life that took me back 30 years. When someone is going to make up totally false things. Oh, this is going to cause the U.S. to close down pre-clearance. Oh, the British are going to cut us off. Oh, business is going to close up. Oh, this means that employers no longer have the right to hire who they want. You're going to be forced to hire people from the Caribbean. Every trope in the world that you could think about was stated during that 37 minutes. Mr. Speaker, I don't have the time or the energy to correct every little mistake that that person said. But this is what I will say to the people of Bermuda. Ask yourselves, if they are us and we are them, why is a certain segment of this country continuously trying to divide us from our own people? They say, hey, and I'm quoting that person, don't do nothing with them down here. Deal with those people up there. You know, black people talk with their hands, so the gesticulations was pointing towards Europe. Mr. Speaker, in this very house, in 2018, we were told there was an order in council by the Parliament in the United Kingdom that we must make our public registers. What that has a negative effect on our economy. A year later, the Foreign Affairs Committee of that same house in England, the oldest parliament, told us we must allow British people on work permits to vote in our elections. We must allow British people on work permits to run in our elections. And we must be forced to accept same-sex marriage. These people haven't even been to this country, but they feel they could dictate to us. So guess what, Mr. Speaker? In 2018, the Premier went to Jamaica, to CARICOM, along with the Premier of Cayman Islands and British Virgin Islands. And he sought CARICOM's assistance to stand up against our administrative power. So I asked people, I'm going to close with this. One set of people want to destroy our economy. One set of people want to force us to accept what's not of our mandate. And one set of people want to force their people to vote in our elections. And then there's another set of people who are going to stand up for us day in, day out. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to close here. They are us, we are them. Yes, we have to educate our people about the merits.
Yep.
Yes, we have to. They are us, we are them. And there's no way I am ever going to let somebody who's not for us tell me I can't associate with my family. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Famous. Any further speakers? The chair recognizes the Honorable Kim Swan. Swan, you have the floor.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. I was reminded of a conversation I had recently in a grocery store after the throne speech. Paget Modern. I remember when it was owned by my good friend David Ferrer. He used to play a little golf over at Belmont way back when. Person stopped me in the produce department and says, why are you putting forward the royal YRU going to CARICOM? And my immediate answer is, for the same reason, I am going to England on a regular basis, trying to get folks to come to Bermuda to play golf and appreciate Bermuda. Because there is a natural synergy between that country and Bermuda, irrespective of how it came about. And there is a natural synergy between Bermuda and the Caribbean as a consequence of how that came about. And there's a natural synergy between Bermuda and the Azores and how that came about. And now, in more modern days, there's a natural synergy between Bermuda and places like the Philippines as to how that relationship has come about. And it's unfortunate that Cousin John, Sir John, has ventured into the political fray. It will be suggested that why should we not have anything to say about such? Well, I would say that when Sojourn was made a national hero, the wisdom may have been to let it take effect the same way Brother Adi didn't allow himself to be painted on the BIU building until such time as he had gone. Because what you do see, and what I've witnessed with statesmen who have hung up their political boots, is that they acted as such, statesmen. The Honorable, my good friend, cousin, just passed, Walter Roberts, QE, whilst he still lived, he's passed on, and many others, Stanley Morton, became statesmen and could offer their political considerations to those who they thought were of like mind. And in some instances, it wasn't in a partisan way, because in some instances, they had been long enough to know who on both sides of the aisle might be somewhat sympathetic to the argument that they wanted to convey. And they stayed above the fray. Sojourn has ventured into the fray of politics and as a consequence has challenged the government of the day on the throne speech initiative and on the very foundation of what the PLP has stood for since its inception. No one could argue that. It's no hidden secret that the Progressive Labor Party stands for independence from Bermuda. PLP has never backtracked on that. But I can tell you what, I stood at the polls in 1995 in St. George's at East End School, right alongside Phil Parent-Chief, pro-independence. So I know the stance that Sojourn would try to tell people in 2023, his real position. But young people like me were inspired by the fact that he held a pro-PLP, pro-independence viewpoint. Sojourn Sworn encouraged many persons who were PLP to come towards come towards the UBP.
Remember, let's try to be careful. Sojourn's not here to defend himself. He could refer to, leave his name, he could refer to a former premier or something like that. I hate to be referring to names when they can't defend themselves. Not to say you're saying anything wrong, but I prefer to do it that way.
Okay. I hold him with the utmost respect and love as a family member. Those who know I was a pallbearer at his father's funeral up there on not Montehill, he came from Montehill, but up there in Glebe Road area. And I'm here to say this, is that those of us who were there know where persons were venturing into with regards to where Bermuda belonged with regards to independence. So in 2023, someone can rewrite their legacy any way they see fit. And because they choose to venture into the political realm, it's incumbent upon us to put something straight. And I'm attempting to do that right now. The biggest problem in Bermuda when it comes to race is the division that exists between communities, black and white communities in this country, and the unwillingness of the white community to move towards the black community in the same way the black community has moved toward the white community. You've seen it. You've seen it in every area in this country where there were segregation institutions. And when I go to the United Kingdom looking for persons who would appreciate Bermuda in my trade, it was a genuine appreciation for what exists in that realm. And when we look to the Caribbean to see what exists within the Caribbean, it's with the understanding and appreciation that many of us in this country grew up not understanding the connections that exist in St. Kitts, in Nevis, in Anguilla, in British Virgin Islands, in Turks and Caicos. Save and except for when we go down there and people start mistaking us for gums or meals. And then when because of now social media, some of our very cousins, first cousins to our own parents, the connections are very real. And someone who is as senior in our community would be well served appreciating that very dynamic is hurting this country, knowing full well of all the business opportunities that have transpired with persons of which he would have been colleagues with. You know, I happen to be descendant of Charles Rope Bradbury, who built schooners and sailed them up and down from Turks and all the like. You know, Turks and Caicos. You let a Bermudian walk in Turks and Caicos, you might get mistaken from somebody very easily, a Butterfield or a Swan. You go to St. Kitts, you get very easily mistaken for somebody. You go to Anguilla, you'd find the connections are so real and tangible. But we grew up in this country as Black people without a true appreciation for who we are. And we can't tell persons in Bermuda that we want to make Bermuda a cohesive place for all people and negate what's right in front of our faces. And I see us having opportunities there as well. And it's easy. It's very, very easy when someone so senior, and I mean senior in the most respectful way, is irresponsible, because people could take a wrong assertion as the truth. And in an election space, which the opposition, I hope, trying to manufacture, it's an election's coming tomorrow, there are persons that are going to run with it. And you read it every day. They read about the people that get written about, the people of the Progressive Labor Party, and the very nasty negative things that are said about us. It's very hurting, and it's untrue. Totally untrue about the qualifications that people have, that they don't work and they're unemployable. You should read some of the things. I've been reading some of them. And sometimes you just have to switch it off. The dog whistle language that comes with, you shouldn't be down there talking about the Caribbean. It's hurtful and destructive. Where would we be in this country without Mr. DaCosta from Jamaica? Where would the Berkeley Institute Educational Society be without Mr. DaCosta, who, when he came to Bermuda, was more than just an educator? He was also the editor of the Bermuda Recorder. And he mentored a former premier, Sir Edward Richards. Worked there as well as a young person. Where would we be without Mr. Snaith, who came and toured at both West End and East End. His grandson sits in the very seat next to me. Where would we be without Justice Norma Wade coming to Bermuda, practicing? Where would we be without persons from the Caribbean? Where would we be without Amy Rose, my great-grandmother, who had left children behind to come to Bermuda to make a better place? And the list goes on and on in this country. But yet, because of institutional racism and the way it works in this country, we don't see the value of interacting with the University of the West Indies and other institutions within the West Indies. You know, 30 years ago, I started playing golf in Jamaica. You know what surprised me most when I played in the Pro-Ams, Mr. Acting Speaker, is that I played with gentlemen from Jamaica, from the Caribbean. They didn't work for the bank. They earned the bank. They didn't work for the insurance company. They earned the insurance company. They didn't work for the farm company. They earned the farm company, the dairy company, the businesses. They were decision makers. I'll never forget the late Richard Hector told me one time in Red Carpet. One time I was laughing out loud. He said, "You laugh like free man, you know." I never forgot what he said and what it meant to me. Because he's another man that came to this country, made an invaluable contribution both to the law fraternity and society and to the community. But yet, Mr. Speaker, we can't bring ourselves to see the import of us having a connection with the Caribbean in much the same way we have to Britain. And given the opportunity to look after what's Britain's interests or Bermuda's interests, we know that Britain doesn't look after Bermuda's interests. We know that the PLP government can get elected with a huge majority and then try to put forward the legislation that was approved by the platform that we ran on and get Stonewall Jackson, no pun intended to anybody with that name, it's just the U.S. vernacular. I went to school in Alabama, it sometimes comes out. Get Stonewall Jackson when we try to put that legislation through for royal assent. Why? Because when I was a boy growing up, and I declare my interest, my father worked for about 6 or 7 governors at Government House as a police constable for the last 15 years of his life. I remember when governors in Bermuda were political appointments that have political sensitivity. Today, no disrespect, but they're civil servants prosecuting an agenda that's coming from Whitehall. And I've been to Whitehall to take a petition of 85,000 of this country there in 2001. There's big high ceilings and how intimidating they are and how you kept waiting there before you can get an audience or a presence. Oh yeah, I know a little bit about that. I'm just a little country boy from White Hill, but I remember. And I know this, that in this country works for folks who might be labor when they leave and become conservative when they arrive here. And we have a responsibility to level the playing field. I come from a sport, I spoke on it today, that you'll penalize yourself. We're committed to leveling the playing field. But I can tell you that there are persons that this country works for that say, why would you ever want to make it any different? It's great. And I'm here to tell you, that's not so. We've got a lot of work to do. And I'm sure a lot of it's not going to happen in my lifetime. Unfortunately, like I said, Mr. Acting Speaker, I stood at the polls for independence of this country. And I know what persons said to lure young people like me when I was in my 20s. I ran for this house at 25 years and 4 months in February 3rd, 1983, 40 years ago. I know the rhetoric that was talked. I know who was for against. One thing, Uncle Jim, you didn't have to worry about if he was for independence or not. He was against it 1,000% and would tell you. But he did say, in his book, he did tell you what time it was when he had to fire some folks off the tourism board and was called down to cabinet office and reversed that decision. I remember that. And he got Julian as his lawyer. I remember that. Oh, I remember much more too. And I remember those who encouraged the Senate President Rio Richardson to bring a motion forward in the Senate on the subject of independence. It happened during that 82, 83 time period when a certain young man ascended to the highest office in the land, elected office to the land. It happened then, I remember. And when persons want to challenge me by interrupting who I know were encouraging us to hey, you know, be for, it's because persons know how to create a dynamic where they can sail up the middle of you. That's the divide and conquer that Bermuda has had to fight against, all of that. And it's been perpetuated by blacks just as much as it's been perpetuated by whites. It works for whites and blacks who want it to work. The PLP have stood in the gap against that. The PLP, through the late Dame Lewis Brown Evans, and the late Al Frederick Wade, and the late Eugene Cox, have always advocated for independence for Bermuda. And whilst I might not see it in my lifetime, I voted for it in 1995, and I'll advocate for it in 2023, and I support it still. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Any further speakers? The chair recognizes the honorable member, what's your name? Scott, Lawrence Scott. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that the street lights are on and it's close to your bedtime.
Yes, it is.
And Mr. Speaker, timing is everything when it comes to context. And since we're entering the festive season, I'll use a very popular Christmas movie to illustrate the point. If you watch The Grinch That Stole Christmas and start watching it 10 to 15 minutes from the end, he looks like a pretty good guy. He's giving out gifts. He's making children laugh. And so if someone out there is not familiar with the history or how this story began, hearing a former premier say that this is not the way that we should go could carry a lot of weight. Keep in mind that the Bermuda insurance industry sparked to life probably in the 70s and 80s. And that's when a handful of companies were set up to fill a hole in the market that could not be done in the United States. And that was facilitated by the same party in which the former premier that spoke out against CARICOM was leader. It actually happened a lot under his watch, where he took the foot off the gas of tourism so that the country could focus on international business. And with international business, came a higher cost of living because they had the budgets. When they had housing allowances, which was something that was new to the country at the time. And when they came with these housing allowances, they came with luxurious tastes. And Bermudian homeowners realized that if I was to renovate, if I was to remodel my home to meet these new higher budgets, I can attract these international executives and charge higher rents. And that went from being a one-off to now being the norm that we see today. But yet, the opposition would have you believe that the high cost of living is solely the responsibility of the PLP. The OBA would have you believe that it was mismanagement of funds and not the belief in trickle-down economics of the 70s and 80s that has led us to where we are. And it would be the OBA that would have you believe that it was the PLP's fault. It's the PLP's leadership that have caused our youth, our middle class, to emigrate from Bermuda. And I believe that that could not be further from the truth. Because if you follow the story, our middle class emigrating from Bermuda are just the most recent occurrence. The merchant elite emigrated from Bermuda a long time ago. But while our cousins and family members went north, the merchant elite went south. How do I know that, Mr. Speaker? Because if you look at where BNTB has offices, they got offices in the Cayman Islands, in Bahamas, in Barbados, in Turks and Caicos. They also have BFNM in the Caribbean. There's Argist in the Caribbean. Do these names sound familiar? Now, Mr. Speaker, you know what else floored me, Mr. Speaker? And it floored me a couple years ago in 2019 when Colonial sponsored the West Indies cricket team. And for those that are of Dennis Lister Jr.'s age and don't know who Colonial is, know them as capital G, or Carlyle Group, effectively, that goes back to a family, and I could be corrected if I'm wrong, I believe that goes back to the Gibbonses. And so, Mr. Speaker, it is interesting when the longest serving premier in this country for the UBP says that CARICOM is not good for us. And in the Royal Gazette, he says, we, and I quote the Royal Gazette, we do not belong in that sphere, we belong up here. I think the question that the reporter should have asked is, who's we? Because your colleagues are down there. Your family members are down there.
Yes.
So obviously either they don't belong in that sphere or we do. And so, Mr. Speaker, names like Mia Motley, Andrew Holness, Louise Abner, those are the leaders of the three largest economies in the Caribbean. The Caribbean, which is home to an estimated 44 million individuals. And it can go up to 100 million individuals if you include Latin America. Those three economies serve or supply or trade, I think that's the best word, trade in the billions of dollars with the big three, the United States, Canada, and the UK, providing services, goods, and the like. These are manufacturing nations that are supplying our suppliers. And So therefore, if we were able to have closer relations, economic ties, trading routes between the Caribbean, who supplies our supplier, and ourselves, we could cut out the middleman. But who is the middleman? The middleman are the merchant elite, the descendants of, as you would know them, colloquially known as the 40 Thieves, who have relatives that still sit in this honorable chamber to this day. And so what CARICOM and becoming a full member of CARICOM represents to them is at best competition. At worst, it's a redefining of the economic power in this country. Because could you imagine young Bermudian entrepreneurs that are now the captains of these economic trading routes? Because remember, they've already got it sewn up. You go try and bring in and start to sell in mass Tide laundry detergent. I bet you get cut off at the knees real quick. You try to bring in Heineken. You try to bring in any household product right now, because what? They have exclusivity with the suppliers in the United States, Canada, and the UK, but they do not have it with the manufacturers in the Caribbean.
You could change that.
So could you imagine if we had direct ties to the Caribbean? And I'll declare my interest. I am putting on, well, I already have started direct flights to the Caribbean, to one of these economic powerhouses, which is the Dominican Republic. However, Mr. Speaker, if you look at what the Caribbean and ties with CARICOM are doing, look at what CARICOM is doing now. CARICOM is going so far as to try to bridge not just the economic, political divide and geographical divide of the Caribbean and Africa. They are trying to bring the two economies together. And what they are saying now is, what they're looking at now is saying, we could use a geographical hub in which to connect the two. Where would that be? Somewhere in the mid to North Atlantic would be ideal. Somewhere where the Western end keeps the cup more times than not. But, Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
we could be positioned to once again reclaim our place in the upper echelons of international business. And I'm not just talking about reinsurance. We can be in a position to revitalize our tourism industry, and not by catering to just the northern hemisphere, those that don't necessarily look like us but do live here. Mr. Speaker, former Premier Alex Scott said that the haves can continue to have, but the have-nots need to have more. Full membership of CARICOM is the beginning of the have-nots having more. Why? Because now it opens us up, not just for the young entrepreneurs to open up economic trading routes for those big ticket items, but it gives them a market of not just 65,000 to trade with, 65,000 people to become their customers, but 44 million people. It is an easier market to break into because of the relations and the cultural significance and ties that we've had from the past. There are, Mr. Speaker, there are those that have been educated in the and the University of the West Indies, which is arguably one of the best universities in the world, but yet are not recognized here in their own country because it's located in the West Indies, because of a stigma. And that stigma has just been perpetuated, not by fact, but by repetition. And you've had, remember, prior to 1998, you had 30 years of repetition of anything that empowered the middle class was bad. But anything that trickled down from the merchant elite was good. So much so that we will always question leadership and leaders that look like us and not question those that don't look like us. A prime example of not questioning those that don't look like us is Morgan's Point.
250 million reasons. Well, you should.
Not questioning those that don't look like us was America's Cup and the building of the island. Cross Island.
Yeah.
Not questioning those that don't look like us ended up with the airport financial deal. But yet they will question any economic decision made by us. Remember, the hoopla and the questions and the names that Dr. Brown was called when he had the vision and foresight to build the docks up in Dockyard for larger cruise ships. I was going to get to that. When Dr. Brown talked about bringing faster ferries to Bermuda. But Mr. Speaker, if it wasn't for those docks up in Dockyard, where would our tourism product be right now? And so, Mr. Speaker, when somebody from on the other side of the aisle tells us that CARICOM is not good for us, while blatantly ignoring that their former colleagues, their family, their friends are economically benefiting out of the CARICOM right now, this instant, providing the same services for a fraction of the price. How is it that they can provide services in the Caribbean that they say they can't provide here? Same company. You want to talk about, you compare the cost of living. And if we were able to become stronger members, you know what I think, Mr. Speaker, their real concern is that in the Caribbean, they don't have a colonial mindset. Maybe they think we'll be influenced to start thinking for ourselves and looking into things for ourselves and not just taking the narrative that takes the same shape of the color of our roofs. Maybe they feel as though we might get what they call radical or radicalized. Maybe, and I'm going to go as far as this, Mr. Speaker, maybe after spending some time as a full member of CARICOM, we'll realize that Bermuda is actually ready for independence. And that now we'll follow the path of others. And they'll realize that when we become members of CARICOM, the sky will not fall, did not fall, and we actually became better off economically. Maybe CARICOM will help us become better lovers and more proud of being Bermudians, and that we have more faith that we can do it for ourselves.
Yeah.
And Mr. Speaker, maybe being a full member of CARICOM and seeing that being able to make internationally strategic decisions and trading decisions and partnership decisions with other countries without having a middleman make the decision for us, standing up there in Whitehall, maybe then we'll start to believe our own leaders. Maybe then, when we say something that is pro-Bermudian, the opposition doesn't try to pull the race card. Maybe then, Mr. Speaker, we will see more Bermudians owning communication companies, banking institutions. This is the things that they don't want us to see. This is what they don't want us to have. Because if a young Bermudian was to own a banking institution and be able to provide more opportunity to capital to his community, or to their community, his or her community.
Yes.
When we have access to capital, we have access to opportunity. When we have access to opportunity, we have the ability to start employing our own. And when we employ our own, we set our own up to be successful. That's what the Caribbean's done. But they will try the boogeyman tactic of saying, look at Jamaica. But they won't tell you that Jamaica is a world leader in renewable resources and renewable energy. They'll say, look at the Dominican Republic. And Dominican Republic has a reputation of being sex, sun, and fun, but they won't tell you that the Dominican Republic loans gold to the United States to make sure that their economy is strong. And so, Mr. Speaker, we should not be scared of CARICOM, because success is on the other side of fear. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you. Forgo. Come. The chair recognizes the Honorable Anthony Richardson.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Speaker. Are you, Mr. Deputy, are you switching?
Go ahead. I'm gonna give you 18 minutes.
Okay, thank you, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Acting Speaker, soon to be Madam Acting Speaker. All right. Good afternoon.
Continue, member.
Madam Acting Speaker, good afternoon. My contribution this afternoon will be under the theme, Ignorance is Bliss. Madam Acting Speaker, according to what I will euphemistically call Google University, the expression ignorance is bliss means that remaining ignorant on topics and subject matter can benefit you. It means that staying ignorant can sometimes cause less fear and anxiety than being informed about something. And the expression comes from an 18th century poem. Madam Acting Speaker, the full quote is, where ignorance is bliss, 'tis folly to be wise. Again, sometimes being ignorant is a blessing. Madam Acting Speaker, if I called you ignorant, I am sure that you'll think
Don't do that. You wouldn't be allowed to continue.
Madam, as I said, if I called you ignorant, I will be thrown out of the house, most likely.
Most definitely.
Similarly, Madam Acting Speaker, if I called a fellow member ignorant, I am sure there will be a point of order and a call for me to retract what I'm saying.
Perhaps.
But, Madam Acting Speaker, I will say now that I am a proud member of Bermuda's public education system. And I did go to Work Academy when it was public. And guess what? My English teacher was Miss Deborah Hall. sister to Mr. Julian Hall. And I trust that what I'm about to say will do her proud. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, sorry, Madam Acting Speaker, we had the presentation of the throne speech on November 3rd, and I believe that there was a very robust discussion. And of course, I'm not going to go back there. What I would like to do, though, Madam Acting Speaker, is to refer to public comments that were made this week that arose from page 11 of the throne speech, which reads in part, government will renew the vision of Dame Jennifer, initiating a _consultation process leading to full membership in CARICOM. Madam Acting Speaker, the throne speech says there will be a consultation process, not a decision being made prior to consultation. Thus, Madam Acting Speaker, my comment that ignorance is bliss. What has been very interesting since that time is that there has been an outcry from certain sectors, and I believe the acting Mr. Speaker said we be careful in calling names, so I will not call a name, but I will say that there has been a public outcry against the actual thought of even consultation, which unfairly, I believe, incurs or infers a degree of fear. Some of the advantages of CARICOM is that as a group, and some of these things have been said already, but I think that the repetition today will bring some benefit. One of the significant benefits of even our associate membership in CARICOM was that when the UK tried to mandate that there should be a public register of beneficial ownership, it was the CARICOM members that assisted Bermuda or supported Bermuda in their goal, in their press against the UK to cause them not to go that route. Because remember, the UK had an intent to destroy Bermuda economically, because they knew that if there was a requirement for us only to have a public registry of beneficial ownership, many would actually withdraw from Bermuda, which would be to their benefit and to our detriment. There are also, as the former member spoke, the Honorable Lawrence Scott, there are significant education benefits. And I believe that you, Madam Acting Speaker, would know more than most about the benefits of education in the Caribbean.
Yes.
Yes, and you know, and I know what I'm referring to. There was a reference also to the sporting ability to participate in Carifta. I will say that this year I had the opportunity for the first time to go to Carifta when it was in the Bahamas, and nothing compares to being present when the Bahamians win, lose or draw. When they participated, the arena was literally shaking. Like, certainly nothing compares in that regard. And of course, there are the significant family relationships. There's support when it comes to climate change. And one thing that we all can benefit from, or we understand, is that when Bermuda has its hurricanes, although they be few and far between, guess what? When Belco requires assistance, they send from the Caribbean workers to come and assist us getting back to light as best we can. And so these are just some of the minor benefits that do occur. The one thing that has not occurred yet, which I think should occur quite soon actually, is if we are serious about this, it's our food security. We need to change our mindset in terms of the food supply right now comes primarily from North America. And as others have said, it's very expensive. There is actually an opportunity to reduce our cost of living if we actually start to import our food from down the Caribbean. But part of that's going to require a change in our mindset and to get away from what we are currently familiar with these name brands. And to know that a can of cream, for example, can cost a lot less than it costs right now. So that'll be one of the significant benefits. And as I said earlier, though, ignorance is bliss. Madam Acting Speaker, and I know this is a repetition, but I want to say this, that to the person that actually said publicly that we should shy away from this, guess what? There has always been a concern or a comment as to which is the largest insurer in Bermuda. Would it be Colonial? Would it be BF&M? Would it be Argus? Or Colonial now known as CG Insurance? And Madam Acting Speaker, the reality is that each of the insurance companies understood that you need to have as many people as possible in your insurance program to minimize the actual costs. And what did they do? Each of them expanded into the Caribbean because they believed it was an economic market by which they would benefit, and they did do so successfully. And yes, as the member has said, and they still do. And so based upon that alone, I would caution the OBA or anybody else from making a decision to support what's been said already publicly about opposing or joining the CARICOM. Because to do so would mean that they repudiate the business decision of each of those companies. And again, as has been said already, one of the companies I referred to, you would have to posthumously criticize the Honorable David Gibbons. You would actually have to criticize the decision of one of the most economically successful firms in Bermuda if you go that route and criticize any opportunity for Bermuda to join CARICOM. Madam Acting Speaker, I would challenge anybody from the OBA, which is the extension of the UBP, to go that route. Madam Acting Speaker, I want to also pause intentionally and say this. If we think through some of the commentary, there is an element of racism. Why do I say that? I say that because if we agree that we should not even entertain joining CARICOM, we are saying that, guess what? Give me your money, but don't give me anything else. Don't join my family. Don't give me your culture. Don't celebrate with me. All I want to do is take your money. That, Madam Acting Speaker, is exploitation. I have always said, or many times I've said, that capitalism is about that, exploitation. And so as we go forward in the community, and we heard these various comments, that is going to be the underlying theme. Are you saying that you are good enough for me to take your money, but not good enough for me to join with you in terms of family relationships, in terms of culture, and in terms of all these other things that can benefit from doing so? Madam Acting Speaker, I will say this also, by the way, and I know it's a sensitive item, but if we fully understand the benefits of joining CARICOM and expanding our sense of who we are, it'll create in Bermuda a better future because it'll give a greater sense of identity. Madam Acting Speaker, I would venture to say that if you know who you are, you're more likely to do things positively going forward, as opposed to having a low sense of who we are, a low sense of self, and therefore, as we saw this week, people continuing to kill each other for senseless reasons. That is a significant benefit. And to my namesake, the interim leader of the OBA, MP Richardson, I did take note this morning that after the deputy gave his ministerial statement regarding CARICOM, that all of the questions that arose related to the monetary aspects of the proposal. What is the cost? What has been spent so far? And a few other questions that were asked. But I was taken aback, and I know and accept that you are not you, but you are the leader or the interim leader of the OBA, and you have to have a more expanded version. But I would remain concerned that there was no question or no commentary in terms of the potential benefit, the non-numeric benefit in joining CARICOM. It'll be of a significant benefit if we're able to better understand some of the social and the personal benefits in doing so. Bermuda would truly benefit. Madam Acting Speaker, I will take a different tack than the Honorable Kim Swan, who spoke earlier, because there was also a suggestion by a proponent that any final decision to join CARICOM should be subject to a referendum. I ask this question: what is a referendum? Some, Madam Acting Speaker, would say that the proponent supports or supported past tense a referendum on independence. I say no. I say no. I say no. I say that because the proponent has said publicly there was never any support for independence. What happened instead was that there are some members that joined the former UBP. And they joined it on the condition that there would at some point be a referendum on independence. And so when the referendum took place, or all that built up in 1995, it was not about, oh, I support, let's go and get it done. It was, I'm doing it out of a duty and a promise I made to those that joined the UBP. And so that's a very different perspective. I don't support it, but I'm going to do it out of an obligation, an honorable obligation that is, because I made a promise to all those persons that joined the UBP. That has been stated publicly by the proponent that says there should be a referendum before we choose to go to CARICOM. Not quoted by the Royal Gazette. And I will say this, Madam Acting Speaker, and it has been something that has been said again. I'm going to repeat it because I think it's important, because one of my colleagues often refers to this idea of a dog whistle. And the visual of that is, if you literally blow a dog whistle, you don't hear it with the human ear. But the dogs will hear it, and that'll be a call to action. And this, Madam Acting Speaker, I believe is one of those times whereby this whole idea, this scare tactic, is just that, a dog whistle to those in the community that, number one, are afraid themselves, number two, those who don't want to know, and number three, those who want to intentionally spread misinformation. As I said to you earlier, Madam Acting Speaker, ignorance truly is bliss. And Madam Acting Speaker, one of those things that were said and has been corrected by the Premier and others today is that full CARICOM membership will mean basically that anybody in the Caribbean can come to Bermuda. But factually, that is not correct. Factually, that is not correct for at least two reasons. One, Madam Acting Speaker, is that CARICOM in and of itself does not issue passports. So there is no such thing as a unique passport. You can go anywhere you want within the whole Caribbean, which will then include Bermuda. The second point, though, is that even if you have full membership in CARICOM, it does not automatically mean that you subscribe to this idea that anyone can come into your country. There is still some guidelines, and Bermuda would have a choice in terms of signing up or not signing to that. For those, Madam Acting Speaker, who have a somewhat longer memory, part of the scaremongering, to be honest, is that immigration in the past has been used factually to alter Bermuda's racial makeup. I'll say that again. Part of the reason why this is given as a dog whistle is because in the past, immigration was in fact used intentionally to alter Bermuda's racial makeup. And we still have some of the negative fallout from that to this day. Again, Madam Acting Speaker, ignorance is bliss. And in more recent memory, I will say this also, and I have a smile on my face as I say this, the same person who is now saying we should not necessarily even, well, he said not even consider going to CARICOM, at one point opposed what is now one of Bermuda's most economically pressing issues, the Fairmont Southampton redevelopment. Do you recall? Whereas now in more recent times that has switched up to, guess what? I now support it because now I understand the potential benefits to Bermuda. So that again demonstrates that ignorance is bliss when you want it to be. And Madam Acting Speaker, I'll say this, I know time is not on my side, but I'll say this also because what I have learned more recently is that one of Bermuda's most prominent, I want to say prominent citizens, did have the opportunity in the past to assist Bermudians from a mortgage perspective because I couldn't afford a full mortgage. So what did they do? Offer me a second mortgage, a great thing to do. Or interest only, a great thing to do. The problem, however, has been that when Anthony's first mortgage was finished, they did not say anything. And instead, they allowed me to continue paying interest only for an extended period. And Madam Acting Speaker, I obviously I tell no lie, but I'm telling you that what has been a surprise is the number of people that have surprised me that said, Anthony, I experienced the exact same thing. And what almost floored me was in a generic conversation, one of Bermuda's prominent churches went through the exact same exercise. And it wasn't until someone else said, oh, wow, this makes no sense, that the church was able to go through and pay off the very small mortgage that the church had been paying as interest only for a long period of time. And if they had been treated honorably, they would have saved a ton of money prior to that. So again, Madam Acting Speaker, ignorance is blissful when necessary. So, Madam Acting Speaker, I'm going to conclude again based on my timing. I'm going to try to conclude where I began, and that is that the government throne speech advocated consultation for full membership. And the Premier said this morning in his statement that, or the Deputy, I believe, said it, was that the consultation has started by, number one, a verbal communication with the governor, then a written communication with the governor, and then a meeting overseas whereby it was addressed also. And so this is not about some sort of a behind-the-scenes transaction. It is, as was said on page 11 of the throne speech, a consultative process. And the deputy also explained that when we became associate members, there was a fulsome process. And so it's not as if we have not done this before. It's not as if we don't know what we're doing. It's not as if we are not doing these things, Madam Acting Speaker. And I would say, because I know this is also true, that part of this is all part of the narrative in terms of the current government does not consult. When we know that consultation does not mean, Anthony, let's think about A, B, C, D, and then unless you Anthony says that's not consultation, no, that's crazy. Consultation is, I have an idea, what do you think about it, this, this, but guess what? Someone has to decide. And as actually Minister Burch said earlier, the government must do what's got to get done, got to make a decision. You can't go to a point whereby we have a consultation and we just negotiate, and at the end of the day, the government does not decide. That does not make any sense. And I'll really conclude now, Madam Acting Speaker, by saying this, that I, MP Richardson, for C7 Hamilton South, personally look forward to the conclusion of the consultation process and a final recommendation for full membership in CARICOM. Thank you, Madam Acting Speaker.
Thank you, member. Is there any other member who wishes to speak? I recognize the member from constituency 4. Minister, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Acting Speaker. I want to take this time to actually celebrate us as a country for being an associate member of CARICOM. We celebrate actually 20 years. And I think it is fitting to go along the same topic as my colleagues, because I feel as though we all should speak to this topic of us going under consultation to be a full member of CARICOM. I actually recently attended a meeting in Barbados that was put on by CARICOM. And while we talk about the benefits of being a member of CARICOM, one of the benefits that we don't have being a full member is that ability to have a vote. And I remember this clearly when I attended the Commission on Status of Women in New York. And Bermuda was actually being represented by the UK. So when you go into the area, the United Nations area, and you're looking for your country, I was looking for Bermuda. Bermuda's not there. And I said, oh my God, where's Bermuda? I want to represent my country. But I had to sit next to Lord.
Yes, there you go.
Lord. And watch him represent the United Kingdom. but it was not representative of my home Bermuda. And I say all of that to say that having a vote or having a voice around the table at CARICOM is most important, Madam Acting Speaker. It's most important. Bermuda is often grouped into categories as it relates to business by way of Latin America and the Caribbean. Why? Because we're an island. We're an island. And we have representation in the Caribbean.
Yes.
Looking at the, which I normally don't do, I normally don't go online and look at the comments. But I did look at it this time because everyone will know that last week we had the parliamentary prayer breakfast, which was great, brought on to the team. And I sat next to Sir John Swan. If I knew his thoughts at that time, we would have had a really, really good conversation about it. But I'm going to pray for him. I'm going to pray for Sir John Swan in his beliefs around CARICOM. But if anyone did not know about CARICOM, they can go online and they can research it. And Madam Acting Speaker, if you allow me to read from CARICOM's site.
Continue.
Thank you. Here we go. I lost it. Hold on. CARICOM.org. Who we are. CARICOM is a grouping of 20 countries, 15 member states, and 5 associate members. It is home to approximately 16 million citizens, 60% of whom are under the age of 30, and are from the main ethnic groups of indigenous peoples, Africans, Indians, Europeans, Chinese, Portuguese, Japanese. The community is multilingual with English as the major language, complemented by French and Dutch. And I have to mention that, and also African and Asian expressions. And I have to mention, it makes mention of, persons who are under the age of 30. And being connected to the Caribbean, Madam Acting Speaker, has got to be more than going to Carnival. It's got to be more than shaking our butts in Trinidad and Tobago or Barbados at Cropover. It's got to be more about identifying with that. And we have to be a lot clearer about our own identities and our connection with our Caribbean roots. We must not sway away from that. And I say that, Madam Acting Speaker, because we owe this to people who were trailblazers to us in Bermuda. Our very own Bermudian Mary Prince, who was sold and moved all around the Caribbean. We owe it to Mary Prince,
Our national hero.
our national hero. We owe it to Dame Jennifer. We owe it to E.F. Gordon. We owe it to Dame Lois Brown Evans. We owe it to Dr. Paulo. Yes. We have to remain connected to our Caribbean roots. Even though we are an associate member and we will consult with our people, but it is the right thing to do. It is the right thing to do. On my most recent trip and engagement with CARICOM, what was most interesting is when we talk about the research that CARICOM does in conjunction with United Nations Women, and the UNDP, we have the opportunity to see what other small states are doing and how they're getting support, and how, you know, they're providing educational opportunities. And there's something I have to clear up, because I also saw this in the media in regards to my recent trip to CARICOM, with CARICOM's meeting, and that they said, oh, the government's wasting taxpayers' money. It wasn't taxpayers' money. It was by us being an associate member that we got the benefit of being part and included as far as CARICOM is concerned. CARICOM took care of that. It wasn't the taxpayers' money. And so I want to thank CARICOM for the opportunities that they do give us by way of research, education, and resources. And we got to even sit around the table and share what our small island and state, our small island is doing. And we ourselves, come on, we have to give ourselves credit. What we're doing as a country. And guess what? The Caribbean countries want to know what we're doing. You heard Deputy speak earlier about how they were contacting us to find out what we did to assist with the water legislation. That is the connection. That is the relationship that we can continue to have and will continue to have, being connected to CARICOM. I'm going to end there about CARICOM because my colleagues have shared so much already. But I do want to share a topic that's very important to me, and I'm sure many of us in this room. Tomorrow, which is November 25th, we acknowledge the elimination against violence against women and girls. This is actually a goal that is pushed through CARICOM as well, and even us being convention to CEDAW. This is a goal that countries must remain steadfast on, and making sure that what they're doing to address violence against women and girls. You would have heard also in the Throne speech that this government is committed to continuing with our MOROC team, which is the Multi-Risk Association Conference, in making sure that we are creating a collaboration and connection between agencies who deal with persons who experience domestic violence. And we have also committed to completing a domestic violence strategy. And I just want us to be very aware of this particular topic. Yesterday, I had the opportunity to attend my daughter's school production. She was in a play called Oliver. And in this play, there was a scene enacted where there was a gentleman with his partner, and he was trying to get the partner to go and get Oliver to bring them back to his I don't want to say master, right? To bring him back. And the partner, the wife, had decided she didn't want to participate in that. She wanted to let Oliver go free. And what it demonstrated in this particular play was when the husband confronted the wife and she said, I'm not doing that. I don't know if you're all familiar with the play, Oliver. Okay. But he took a tool, a knife, and stabbed her to death and murdered her. And I was like, oh my gosh, that's something. It is something. But this very act happened right in our own home. And I read with intent over the past couple of days. There was a letter to the editor. I don't know if you have the opportunity to read it, in regards to, and I can speak to this matter because the case is over, where there was an appeal for Mr. Davis. He was appealing his sentence for the death of Ms. Monis. And reading the father's letter to the editor, because he was trying to understand how someone who could take somebody's life the way that her life was taken would appeal. You already pleaded guilty, but you would appeal such a tragic incident. And the father says, you know, the audacity of you to think that you can open this back up for us, this hurt and pain that we experience as a family. And Ms. Monis was a victim of violence against women. And so I just want our country to be aware tomorrow, November 25th, and you know, all the women and girls who may have experienced violence, which is very traumatic and causes all sorts of social issues for us as a community. We're Orange tomorrow. Tomorrow's recognition of elimination against violence against women and girls. I don't want to say it doesn't happen to men, because it does as well, but the particular day itself, tomorrow, November 25th, is for violence against women and girls. And I have to mention this evening because I just want to also acknowledge the life of Ms. Monis. Thank you, Madam Acting Speaker.
Thank you, member. Are there any other members who wish to speak? I recognize the member from constituency 29. Member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Acting Deputy Speaker. I might just call you Speaker for short tonight, because I might use up most of my time trying to remember Acting Deputy Speaker. Madam Temporary would do, yes. But, Madam Speaker, we often hear in this House the term combined opposition. And when we hear that term spoken by many members on this side of the House, a lot of members opposite get their feathers a little ruffled. But we know, yeah, it's not that many here tonight, but we know that when we speak of combined opposition in this House, we talk about the OBA, UBP, BDA, Royal Gazette, and at times even the ZBM tunes in. It's what we call the combined opposition. Now, the reason I'm bringing that up tonight is because this combined opposition have the luxury of participating, if not controlling, what the narrative is in this country the majority of the time. Not only do they control the narrative, but they control the headlines. And a lot of times in this country, me included, I'll look at a headline. I won't necessarily read the entire narrative. But the headline is what grabs the reader's attention, or the electronic media. It just grabs your attention. And for us on this side of the House, outside of knocking on doors, which we do regularly, and mixing with our people as we do regularly, the only forum that we have to get our points across is in this honorable House. And I'm happy to say that there are many times when I speak in this House, and I know many others experience the same thing, is that when we do speak, for the next 24 to 48, and sometimes 3, 4, 5 days later, we hear from our people about what was discussed in this House. So we use this forum as one of the ways in which we can get our words out, our story out. And particularly tonight, I'm going to use this forum to jog our memories, to remind our people of what happens in this country when it comes to the headlines, the narratives, the stories. Now, many members spoke tonight about CARICOM and what's happened in the media this week. Our forum is here, and we have heard from members articulating very well as to how we all feel on this side of the house. But that's our forum. We won't get the forum. We won't get the headlines from the Royal Gazette and the combined opposition that others will get. Correct. We just won't get it. Correct. We've had every one of our leaders over time, and not only our leaders, but many of us who sat in the House over the years, whether it be ministers, whether it be opposition ministers, and whether it be backbenchers. Our leaders and any one of us, and we've seen it historically, what the combined opposition will do to us as we speak out, as we talk about, as we bring things to the attention of our people that they do not want or like us to bring about. They do not. Whether it's Dame Jennifer Smith, and you remember the golden paintbrush because she had a friend that happened to be in the painting business. Really? The golden paintbrush? Now, if we want to take back the UBP, and who painted all the buildings in this country under the UBP? But that's what they do to us. We have one friend, one associate that happens to be in a business that just might happen to get a government contract, and they called him the man with the golden paintbrush. All the while, all the gold and platinum is going down to certain people's pockets in this country for the last 400 years. But see, they will not like when we bring these things to their attention. I could talk about former Premier Alex Scott, former Premier Dr. Brown, whom they still will not leave alone. You'll remember Cedar Beams. That was a big issue. And now, what are they trying to do? They look for anything for our current leader, Burt. Anything. But that's what they do to us. And it's not going to stop anytime soon, colleagues. It will not. Now, you all know I've had my own experiences with what I feel is political actions in this country. So is my family. And I don't expect it's going to stop anytime soon. Because it's me today, it's you tomorrow. But you see, there's the thing called, if you want to bring a case, an investigation against someone, it's something called in the public interest. Now get me, in the public interest, right? So if you constantly get your bloggers to blog, the Royal Gazette to print, do a poll on you or whatever. But if you continue to do it, and especially if you start spreading falsehoods against us, constantly bombarding, and we know that the OBA have paid people, and they've admitted. In fact, let me remind us. There was a man by the name of Stephen DaCosta, said he was paid $350,000 to blog and blog and blog. Prior to 2012, I have it in writing. Oh, I have the newspaper article. If anybody wishes to see it, I can table it. Oh, no point of water here. I can assure you, it's right here. He did say it. He was paid. Now, we never found out where the 350 came from. There's another investigation that was stopped. Oh, we're all familiar with Jetgate. But what I'm saying is, you see, in the public interest. But if you keep rolling these things, nefarious falsehoods about us, sooner or later somebody's going to say, well, we better have an investigation on Mr. Josh A. Adams or Mr. Neville Terrell. You better have an investigation because it's in the public interest. But wait a minute. We had a top detective in this country who was out breaking COVID rules. Yes. Yes. Well, he wasn't arrested, but the officer that booked him and sent the case, sent the file into the DPP. They said, guess what? It's not in the public interest. We haven't heard a peep, not a dicky bird. Yes. Now we've had a former commissioner of police, Mr. Corbishley. In fact, if he was still in Bermuda, his contract would still be running. Left in the cloak of darkness. Now there's a word, but we'll get back to that one. Left the country in a cloak of darkness, going poof, just like magic. We don't know if he had any compensation. We do know that the governor started an investigation. A report was given to her. An interim report. And the next day he was gone. Now, wait a minute. So you have a commissioner who resigns in this country, a commissioner of police resigns, has several hundred officers under him, leaves the country, and not a dicky bird on that either. So is that not in the public interest? A commissioner of police, someone that we must rely on to protect and serve us, the people of Bermuda? And it's not in the public interest to find out what happened? Was he coming? This is a position that pays more than the premier of this country. And we have heard zero. I wonder if the Progressive Labor Party hired a commissioner of police that looked like us, right? And he disappeared in the cloak of darkness. Okay, wait a minute. And disappeared in the cloak of darkness. I wonder if the Royal Gazette would be interested in running stories on him.
The entire paper.
It does make you wonder. It makes one wonder. Is that not in the public interest? Thinking about that for a minute. So if you look over the years, all the headlines, all the negativity, and we all know what the headlines are week in and week out, who makes the headlines and what is said, in particular by the Royal Gazette. But you never hear about those other stories, do you?
Nope.
We have a chairman of the BDA or the the OBA resign after he says publicly that he's going to do an investigation into his party and $350,000. But wait a minute, there was a catch. The Honorable Member Dunkley was the premier at the time. He said, you can investigate all you want, but do not investigate my ministers. No, you don't. And that's in this article too, if anyone wishes to see it. I never saw a retraction asked by former Premier Dunkley to say, look, Royal Gazette, you need to retract that. It's wrong. You can investigate, but don't you do that. Mind you, there was a supposed police investigation into this too. But I don't recall ever hearing the results of that investigation. But I'll tell you what, there's one on Dr. Brown, seems like every day, every other day is on the front page. Still being investigated. But that's what we have to put up with. That's what we have to put up with. Now, another article which appeared earlier on this year. We got 6 minutes left. And I'll read it, Madam Deputy Speaker,
Yes, you may.
with your permission. OBA. Skyport sale, a vote of confidence in Bermuda. Now, hang on. So this was in March. And 49% of our airport was sold to a company in Canada by the name of Connor Clark and Lund Infrastructure. Now, wait a minute. Hang on. Our airport, full of contention, 49% has been sold after they received, what, 50 to 60, $75 million of MRG payments from this government because of lack of airlift to the country. So they receive 50 million odd dollars plus. They sell 49% stake to this company, and we haven't heard a peep. We should all be shocked. But I'll tell you what. I bet you Zane De Silva and Dr. Brown and Derek Burgess and Vance Campbell put together that airport deal. And then all of a sudden, a couple of years later, 49% was sold to a Canadian company, or dare I say a Caribbean company. Dare I say that?
It'll be an investigation.
How many times do you think that would have been in the newspaper? But then we get the Honorable Member Jackson, and I quote, attacked government's critical reaction to the deal when it was complete. And she went on to say that this is positive. The airport has a great future. This shows a vote of confidence in our future. You had a few other members from the OBA also said words similar, which I'll put this right here. If anybody wishes to see it, I've got it nicely color-coded and everything for if anyone wishes to see. See, my point is this, Madam Deputy Speaker, is so you get an airport that was given to Canadians. Our house was shut down. Anniversary coming up soon, December 2nd. It was a lot of controversy, but we have no problem in selling 49% stake and not a word. Shouldn't the Royal Gazette be really hounding in on this? I wonder who some of these shareholders are.
Yeah, not at all.
I wonder who some of the shareholders are. Now, that'll be an interesting concept. The Honorable Jackson, the Honorable Member says, I should buy it. I can afford it. But see, this is the type of thing that happens on a constant, right? But you've had the Progressive Labor Party come through COVID, dealing with a massive debt, assisting our people every which way you turn, whether it be increased child care, whether it's paternity leave increasing for our fathers, reducing payroll tax. 86% of our population had a reduction in payroll tax. All these things we're doing. But then no, they want to concentrate on, well, let's see what we can go after Premier Burke about today. That's what they do. I mean, and I'll declare my interest again, I did earlier this morning for Collie Buds. Here you have a Bermudian nominated for a Grammy, and I haven't seen nothing in the newspaper. But I'll tell you what, I bet you if Carly Buds was booked for bringing in 10 pounds of weed, I bet you that'd be on the front page for a few days. But yeah, or hang on, if Carly Buds would have bought a container of drugs in this island, it would have been an investigation. Or even if it was alleged that he bought, or maybe one of his employees from the radio station bought in a container of drugs.
Your picture would be there.
I'll tell you what. I bet you that wouldn't have any problem making the front page along with cedar beams and everything else they like to do to us.
Advertising will go up.
But that's what they do. Now I've got a minute left. And I'll tell you, let's just talk about Bank of Butterfield for a minute. Okay? I got a minute, but let's talk about Bank of Butterfield. Because they, as you all know, and I've declared that interest, closed my accounts. Well, not all of them. How ironic is that? They kept a few open. Maybe it's because of who some of the shareholders are. Okay? But closed my account, shut off my credit card. And guess what? They've done it to some others too. My question is, what do they look like? And what political party do they represent? And it's time Butterfield got called out time and time again. And I'll use this for them. Because you know what? They remind me of a schoolyard bully. They'll hit you where it hurts. And while you're hurting and you fall down, they'll kick you again. But sometimes a bully picks on the wrong person, don't they? So all I'm going to say is let them account for their actions, because what they're doing is no different than a schoolyard bully.
Thank you, member. Are there any other members who wish to speak? I recognize the member from constituency 13, Minister Rabin. You have the floor. I must give you more time.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you know, it often surprises me that although we find ourselves in 2023, some of the mindsets that still prevail, and it takes an incident like